Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Nathan Daly. You guys know I'm your law enforcement translator. Welcome. You guys, we are going to have some interesting conversations over here. When you come into the chat, please hit the like button on your way in, you guys. As you know, I'm here to provide insight from the perspective of a law enforcement officer, especially when it comes to these interesting topics. Listen, we went live last night. The live was popping. We had a good time. We talked about some deep discoveries in regards to this incident involving Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, and Chris Rock. You guys, it was a lot discussed. Everybody showed up and showed out, and it was very, very interesting to say the least. So, hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys get comfortable, get in. I have some new information for you. We're going to talk about some things. What are we going to cover tonight? Look at Peter the investor came in real quick with his super sticker. Thank you so much for that. You guys, thank you so much for those who donated last night as well. You guys, it was a phenomenal stream. We had a good time, good topics. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the members, those who have joined the channel. I really appreciate you guys. If you love this content, you appreciate what I'm doing here over here, giving a different spin to a lot of these topics, you guys. Please join the channel. Join the channel. Let me go in here and say my what's ups to everybody. Shout out to the moderators. They're in nice and early. Shout out to everybody. I really appreciate you guys. Let me see. Let me shrink this so I can get to this properly. Okay, StreamYard switched up their thing a little bit. You guys, there's a couple things. Oh, Dwayne's in the house. What's good, brother? What's good? Welcome everybody. When you come in, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Show some respect to the like button. Put some. I have to hit you with that Will Smith slap. Will Smith slap the like button. That's what we're gonna say from now on. So you guys, listen. You know, you guys know I'm an investigator. I like to unravel a lot of these complicated issues. Sometimes, you know, we see things on the surface. We never dive deeper. We get caught up in what the media shows us. We get caught up in all the publicity. We get caught up in the stunts. And then we forget about the other things on the back end, you guys. And so I always like to dive deeper. I like to separate myself from all the melee and look at things from a different approach. That's what I try to give you guys over here on this channel. So listen, if you missed last night's stream, it was amazing. Please go and check it out and let me know your thoughts. I had a great guest that came up and help me talk about it. Alan, if you're not familiar with him, again, his link is on that the bottom of that description and also in the title of the video. We need to talk. And so he's a great content creator. So what are we talking about today, you guys? Listen, the history. I told you last night that there was something deeper to this whole thing with Will Smith and Chris Rock and Jada Pinkett. We dive deep into the psychosis of Jada Pinkett. You know, we talked about how powerful a woman's influence is over a man, over a husband, right? A woman has the power to whisper, right? Death, destruction, or life into her man. And what did she whisper that night? Destruction. Now, some people were slapping me around last night. I had a few pushback. People were saying, hey, Will is control of his own self, and Will is responsible for what he did. He's absolutely 100% responsible, and he's 100% at fault. He was wrong. What he did was unacceptable. It was embarrassing, you guys. No one will ever, well, I won't say that. There's some people who were saying that he was justified, you know, that he was justified. He wasn't justified, you guys. Words are words. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Will Smith's domestic history. We're going to talk about the domestic violence that takes place in his own home, the domestic abuse that he receives with his own wife, right? We're going to talk about these things briefly because I want to get to the bigger picture of this whole entire thing. Again, influence. Influence is a very, very powerful thing, you guys. And the power a woman has over a man, some people don't give women enough credit. She could have easily have intervened and shut that whole thing down. She could have easily have de-escalated that entire situation. She could have spoke life into him. She could have told him to calm down. She could have reached over to him, right? She could have laughed the joke off herself and then spoke to him in private about it right? I'm pretty sure they know how to reach Chris Rock. I'm pretty sure. But you guys, we're going to dive deeper into this. What did I notice? What did I find out? You guys, I forgot all about this. We talked about the ratings of the Oscars has completely been, it's been on life support. The Oscars have been on life support. Shout out to Trash Can Way. Said they already blaming it on Trump. Exactly, right? Trump's fault. Trump's fault. People are blaming Will Smith for toxic masculinity. That's what they're saying this thing is now. He did this out of toxic masculinity. And women, how dare he try to come to the rescue of a woman who doesn't need saving? Right? So this is the spin that we're talking about now. This is the spin. What did Chris Rock say in the joke? He said, listen, you can try out for G.I. Jane 2. At the moment, I didn't understand the joke. Right? I didn't understand the joke until someone told me she had alopecia. With all due respect for all my ladies out there and fellas who have it, right? For all those who are rocking the fade, the bald permanent fade, like myself, you know, my loss is a medical condition too. You know, just keeping it real. So this is no disrespect to them, you guys. At the end of the day, Chris Rock used some words. He may have been insensitive. He's a comedian, right? He told a joke. But you guys, the joke cut a little extra deep, and I'm going to tell you why. There's like a double entendre behind that joke. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Demi Moore and how this makes sense, how this whole thing, shout out to one of my subscribers pointed out last night. I had to dive in and do some research. And then doing that research, I found out this wasn't the first time Chris Rock has mentioned Jada Pinkett's name. So on top of all the things that Will Smith, bless his heart, is dealing with, the brother needs some counseling, some therapy. Absolutely. You guys, he's showing signs. You guys, in law enforcement, we see this thing all the time. These are early warning signs. These are early warning signs. And a lot of times, men, when we are stressed out, when we are at our wits' end, when the weight of the world is upon us, you guys, we act out violently, either to others or to ourselves, either to others or to the people we love, right? These are early signs, you guys. This is a cry for help. People are playing and joking around like he came to her rescue. No, he did not come to her rescue. He embarrassed himself. He embarrassed his family. And you guys now have to look at that added mental health pressure that's going to fall on Will Smith. Some people are saying this was a joke. Some people are saying this was a staged act. The gentleman who was in charge of the Oscars, he was a black male. He wrote all the stuff together. They're saying, hey, we need you to bring this thing back to life. And we know who's talented enough to do it. Let's get some black people on the field and get to entertaining like we do. Something that we're very good at, entertaining people. At what cost, though? Are we truly the jesters, right, of this country? A whole deck of cards. We take the brothers out of it to be the jokers. All the time. We're always playing the jokers for someone else's amusement. What did we see? So in 2000, let me go ahead and pull this up because I think this is where in 2016, you guys, I forgot all about this. The original joke Chris Rock made about Jada Pinkett, you guys. There was the visceral reaction Will Smith gave him, the slap, the turnaround, the, hey, keep my wife's name out your mouth. There was so much passion behind that, you guys. I knew it was something deeper. It had to be. It had to be. You know, and his actions, though, has a negative impact on our community, on men, on women, right? This whole what would Tupac do moment Jada Pinkett had with Will. You guys, Will was laughing. He was clapping, trying to play it off. You can see it in his face. But then when you looked at Jada, she wasn't playing. You guys, I can only imagine. She didn't have to say much. And that brother was marching on stage. Marching on stage. I'm going to play this video from 2016's Oscar with Chris Rock. You guys, he was giving this interesting monologue, but there was a lot going on during that time, you guys. Black people had decided to boycott the Oscars. Why? Now, listen, I don't watch any award shows, to be honest. It's too much hocus pocus going on, for those who understand. All right, for those who have eyes to see. Too much hocus pocus. So I don't keep up with the nonsense. My spirit can't handle it. Now, what did Chris Rock talk about? A lot of people decided to boycott the Oscars because there were no black nominees. There were no black Oscar nominees that year in 2016. So people were upset. There were a lot of great movies starring some prominent black actors. They felt that they deserved to have been nominated. And because of that, and because I guess this is something that's very consistent or has been, a lot of people called racism. They're like, hey, this is racist. This is so racist. We're not going to show up. So it was like a concerted effort amongst some black Hollywood stars that they weren't going to be present. Then they got mad, right? I think there was originally somebody who was supposed to play, who was supposed to host. I don't know if it was Chris Rock originally, but they were all saying, hey, we're not going to support it. We're not going to be present. We're not going to be present. And then Chris Rock took the job. Or I think they were trying to tell Chris Rock not to do it. And he did it anyway. He's like, man, they about to cut a check. So Chris Rock decided to stand up and still host the Oscars. So you guys, I want to break down that video. I'm going to start with the issue and then we'll dial it back because I know some people want to get right to it. You know what? No. Let's start it from the top. Let's take it from the top, from the video with the Oscars in 2016. And let's get the context of what was going on, right? We're talking about them boycotting the Oscars, black people. Then let's talk about how he integrated Jada Pinkett into the Oscars in 2016 in his monologue and how this spilled over. And then we're going to build the nuance behind the last joke, the joke that got him slapped, right? So let's break it down.
And black people did not protest. Why? Man, I counted at least 15 black people on that montage. Hey!
Now, let me warn you guys, his jokes are highly, highly sensitive. For those who are sensitive, I know I got a couple in the chat on my channel that are sensitive to some of these type of comments he's about to make. He pokes fun about racism in Hollywood. He pokes fun about the irony of racism, and he really breaks it down eloquently and tries to throw a laugh behind it. But some of these are very sensitive. Oh, shoot. Wow. No. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what they do. Let's see what they do. Let's see what they do. Are we going? All right, so we back. We back. We back. So, unfortunately, we have some when people report your stream real quick because you're telling on them. It's all good. I think we got the gist of what Chris Rock was saying. You guys had to make some administrative moves in the background. There's a little technique you can do to kind of get the YouTube stream back on when they think you're up to no good. Listen, thank you guys for hanging out. We were rolling. We're rolling good. Listen, you know, at the end of the day, what did Chris Rock say, you guys? He went through a whole rant about racism and is Hollywood racist? Is Hollywood racist? I love the way he gave the explanation. He talked about bait and switch. He talked about all of Hollywood being in the White House, you guys. In the White House. He talked about that relationship Hollywood has with the White House. And he said, listen, this is what's going on, you guys. He's showing you guys in plain view of what's going on. We just got to see deeper. You know, he went on and made some other remarks about Hollywood. He stated that, is Hollywood racist? He said, absolutely is. It's just not old school racist. It's more like it's us to ourselves racist. We just don't really want to share with you kind of racist, right? But there's no hatred involved in that decision. It just means that we want to be to ourselves, or you don't fit in kind of racist. More like racism has evolved in Hollywood to being prejudice. I think that's the best way to look at it. Now, listen, I'm not going to bore you with that, but that's what Chris Rock was talking about. You know, so this is the original joke that I believe sparked it all. He was clowning Jada for not being invited, clowning Will Smith for their poor accomplishments. When Will Smith was making Wild Wild West, you guys, he turned down an opportunity to play in the role of the Matrix, if you guys are familiar with that. This is a good question. That's a very good question. People were asking about the different racial dynamics. You know, what if Chris Rock was white and Will Smith went up there? Would he have went up there and slapped the white comedian? I don't know. Who knows? I think it would have been interesting. At the end of the day, no one should have been slapped, right? But listen, this is one thing I want to pull up for you guys. Hang tight. I want to pull something up. We're going to dive into this situation real quick. Let me see. Can you guys see this? Will Smith talks about domestic violence. He's talking about his relationship with his father. He said, when I was 9 years old, I watched my father punch my mother in the side of the head so hard that she collapsed. I saw her spit blood. That moment in the bedroom, probably more than any other moment in my life, has defined who I am. You guys, this is Will Smith, this is what he's saying. I also want to cover something very interesting about this. He said, there's been a subtle string of apologies to my mother for my inaction that day, for failing her in the moment, for failing to stand up to my father, for being a coward. You guys, that's deep. That's deep. You know, when you talk about what it's like, what it's like to be a child and witness your mother being assaulted, and how that plays an impact on your relationships with other people, you know, your relationships with women, your relationships with men, and how that impacts your decision making, right? Will is now leaning on that And I see society going to start leaning on this and try to justify this moment, saying, hey, he was a victim of domestic violence. You know, it is a bad excuse. It's a bad excuse for a joke all day. I think they're going to use this as an opportunity to censor comedians, you guys. Yes, this was a humiliation tactic. But one thing Will Smith said that I thought was very, very disturbing. He said, as a child, I always told myself that I would one day avenge my mother. Right? He talked about his father, saying, he said, after his parents separated, I'm going to tell you why this is important. After his parents separated, when he was a teenager and they divorced in 2000, the actor maintained a close relationship with his father, but says his hatred resurfaced when his father had cancer and was using a wheelchair. Smith was caring for him at the time. He said he considered killing his father, you guys. Yep. Listen. This is deep. This is deep. Now, how does this correlate? How does this correlate? I'm going to tell you how this correlates. Let's look at this right here. I'm going to add a new screen up here for you guys to take a look. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. This is the culprit right here. Chris Rock is a genius. Let me tell you why. Demi Moore thinks her age difference with Ashton Kutcher contributed to the divorce. You guys, what did Chris Rock notice that a lot of people missed? Demi Moore played. She was Jane in G.I. Jane, right? She's Jane in G.I. Jane. When Chris Rock made that reference saying G.I. Jane 2, he wasn't even talking about the alopecia. He was talking about the Demi Moore, Ashton Kutcher correlation. Right? Demi Moore at the time when she married Ashton Kutcher, she was 40 years old. Ashton, I think, was like 25. What's the bigger picture? Alcina and Jada Pinkett. Jada Pinkett was 50 years old and Alcina was 30. You guys, approximately, they both had almost a 15 to 20 year age gap. Now, I agree. Some people say this whole thing was a hoax. Could be. Could be. But what if it's not? What if it's not a hoax? What if this is real? Either way, they're treating it like it's real. They're treating it like it's real, right? And so, you know, we got to look at the bigger picture. What's actually happening, you guys? Dude, Chris Rock's a genius. The joke cut deep. Why do you think he made that statement he made when Will Smith was walking away? He said, hey, it's just a G.I. Jane joke. Chris Rock didn't even know she had alopecia. At least that's what he said. The reality, Will allowed his emotions to get the best of him. And his wife, Jada Pinkett, allowed it to happen. Allowed it to happen. I'm going to show you this. I showed this last night, but it's worth mentioning again, you guys. I have to show this. This is I'm going to show you how powerful Jada Pinkett is. Show you how powerful this woman is. Let me see. Let me pull this up for you guys. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I want you to see what I see. Tell me if you see what I'm seeing in this moment. Hold on. Take a look at this. I want to know your thoughts in the chat, you guys. I want to know your thoughts. Is this the face of a woman who was disappointed in the actions of her husband? Is this a woman who was embarrassed? Look at her face. Whew, you guys. Look at her face. When Will is making his announcement, keep my wife's effing name out your mouth. Twice he said it. Huh. Look at her face, you guys. Now, yeah, he's that's why you can't take these actors seriously. Jada didn't have to do anything. She gave him a look. She does look like Hellraiser. She does look like Hellraiser. You guys are mean. She does. If y'all remember that scary movie, that movie used to keep me up at night. We weren't even allowed to watch it growing up. I had to sneak and watch it. She does. All she needs is them thorns, them nails sticking out. You guys, look at the anger in her face. We can't make this up. She condoned that. She was all for it. This is stemming back from 2016. She gave Will Smith a look. If you guys remember the video, she rolled her eyes. She rolled her eyes. Look at her posture, you guys. Listen, as investigators, we study body language. Her body language says everything. She channeled her anger and her frustration through Will. All of her emotions. She doesn't have to say anything. You guys, this is the power of a woman. Women in history, a powerful woman, has been known to raise up a nation, raise up a kingdom, and also tear a kingdom down. You guys, for the ladies that are in the chat, please put a 1 in the chat if you think Jada Pinkett could have influenced or discouraged Will or prevented him from going up there. Do you think she had control? Or 2, if this is all Will, this ain't got nothing to do with Jada. He did this on his own, free will. 1, if Jada could have controlled the situation. Or 2, this was all Will. I want to hear what you guys got to say. Look at this. Yes. Yes. Go ahead with the 1s. And for everybody hitting them 1s, I hope you hit that like button. Listen, slap that like button like Will slapped Chris. Don't play with it now. I haven't seen a 2 yet. Ooh, Maria. Okay, we got a 2. Vintage hardware. Okay. Everyone knew she made it public a long time ago. Okay. Oh, we got a 2. Shout out to me, Shine, one of my original followers. Listen, you guys, if you're new to the channel, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. You guys, I would love to have you part of my channel. We have great, deep discussions over here. We don't play that rah-rah business. We have real conversations, you guys. Real conversations. Yes, with the 1. Listen, we're all on the same page. Listen, what's the power of a woman? A woman has great power and influence over her man. If a woman in this chat does not believe she has power and influence, then you don't know your power, ladies. You don't know your power. And think about how reckless his actions were, right? If you allow your man to go out there and make a fool of himself, what if he hit Chris so hard he fell over and hit his head, you guys? That's 1, he hit him, he laid hands on him. That's simple battery by itself. If he's bruised, that's battery. If Chris Rock and his flimsy little self would have fell over and hit his head, right, and went unconscious, you're looking at a crime. You're looking at a big problem. What else are you looking at? What if Chris Rock fell out and died, you guys? That's manslaughter. All because a man couldn't control his emotions. All because all these ones. Listen, all these ones in here are women who know they have power and influence. I said it last night. I'm going to say it again, right? A woman's beauty, her gift. She can take anything that a man gives her and amplify it, right? You give a woman a seed, she'll make you a baby, right? Women are the closest thing to God. I say it all the time. What powerful responsibility women have, right? A man is a sword, a woman is a sheath. You have a lot of influence, ladies. A lot of influence. You know, picking a partner. Kevin said 3. Listen, all the fellas are saying 2. He said, listen, ain't no women got no control over me like that. Brother, you'd be surprised. I would say you haven't met the right woman yet. For all the men who are putting 2s in here, you haven't picked the right woman. A real solid woman has power and influence, and she's supposed to. She's the close thing to your ear, you guys. Look at her face. Jada wanted this. Someone laughed and said, hey, listen. She looked at it and said, Tupac would have shot him, right? Look at all these ones. Vintage Hardware said 2. Look at these ones. Yeah, bring those ones up. Bring those ones up. All ones, all to the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Ladies know. Ladies know. You know, so this is the danger of Jada. Listen, if you guys want to come up and have a discussion, you're more than welcome. I would love to have you come up here and have a discussion. If anybody wants to come up, I would love to hear your thoughts. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. I'm going to add the link to come up. You guys, you don't have to cam up. Please be respectful, right? YouTube is on a censoring campaign. So please limit the curse words to a negative, right? They already trying to hit your boy with the stream I did. I'm gonna add this to the stream for those who want to come up. If anybody wants to come up and have the discussion, you guys, I'm not gonna keep you long, right? But listen to how this works. And shout out to these super chats. Let me see if I can get to these super chats while you guys decide if you want to come up or not. I missed too many. Jesse Wright, thank you for the super. Jess Wright Music Production. Jesse, he dropped the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Anthony J again. He said, "Fun fact: queens were more likely to go to war than kings." Huh? Careful who you out on a pedestal. Interesting. I'm about to look that up. But you know, Anthony J, we dropping gems. And shout out to the Seattle Black Veteran. Thank you so much for your support. All of you guys who donated to the chat. Mishan, I'm about to bring you up. What's your thoughts, Mishan? How you doing? Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear
I can
me.
hear you. Okay.
I should say. How you doing? Look at you.
I'm good. I haven't seen you in forever. How you been?
Ooh, I'm okay. I'm glad you're talking about this. I always love hearing your perspective, of course.
Yep.
But you know what amazes me about all this is the fact that people can see a man on a national stage assault someone and still find a way to say that it was okay. But
Right.
on the other side of their mouth will say domestic violence is not right. Violence is not right. I'm like, what are we talking about?
Correct.
I'm confused.
Correct. You know, there's so much privilege going on, right? You got celebrity privilege.
Yeah.
You know, you have black privilege. Some people think we don't have privilege. But I mean, there's a lot. And then you got to look at the whole thing that this could be done by design to get us distracted, sedated, away from a lot of the real issues that are going on right now. Mm-hmm. This is a tactic that's used often in Hollywood and throughout the media. So, yeah, this is true. This is violence. This was violence.
Mm-hmm.
This was a poor example of how to deal with a comedian bullying. Some people are saying bullying, but this is a poor example on how to deal with it. Will Smith could have easily have went up there, whispered in his ear, and say, "Hey, listen, my wife is sensitive about that joke because of XYZ, and she's suffering this or whatever. Just FYI," and could have sat down and then challenge Chris Rock to issue an apology right then and there.
Right.
Or when he came up and received the award, he could have addressed it then. And so him slapping him, and the fact they parade the black men like that in front of each other, in front of national television, is embarrassing.
It definitely is. Regardless, I know it's because they're black too, yes, but regardless, it's still inappropriate.
Yes.
Especially given what you just read, because if people haven't read Will Smith's book, the violence with his parents, or more with his father toward his mother,
right?
That's all the more reason why you know better. I've been following Will Smith since he started. I'm in the Philly area as well, and he has always been no cursing, trying to tell rappers not to curse,
That's
no
right.
violence, being kind and thoughtful, and all that type of stuff. In order for this to happen on the night he's going to win Best Actor, all because of Jada. And Will is responsible, I believe, in accountability.
Absolutely.
He did it. But let's not act like she didn't have any doings in this, because as a person who has alopecia, and I do, since I was 15, these people talking about it's an illness. It is not. It causes all this. It doesn't. It means your hair either falls out or it don't grow. That's it. That's all. Somebody had the nerve to say, "Oh, it causes her to be stressed." I said, "No, she's miserable. Stop. Just stop, y'all."
Right.
Please look into these things before y'all make these comments, because just because Jada says it doesn't mean that it's true. So
this is true. Shout out to Lioness. What do you think about this? Because now they're talking about toxic masculinity as well. Is this a sign of toxic masculinity?
In my opinion, I don't know if it's toxic masculinity. I think he's showing out for his wife. Just like you said, women have control. They have more influence. They have more influence than they realize, and men may like to admit.
Yes,
they really do. So she had that scowl on her face, just like you showed. We saw her roll her eyes. We saw him laugh. But because mama not happy, now I'm gonna have to do something. But but he's wrong. And I'm not saying they should take his Oscar away from him, but something should happen. I do believe that.
Yeah, shout out to Chancellor said, "Will softer than a moist chocolate chip cookie." Lord, y'all got no chill. Listen, y'all know they call me the cookie cop. I love cookies, so that was that really touched me right there. Here's the thing. I like to, as an investigator, I like to look at the psychosis of a situation, right? I have to. When I'm breaking down victims and suspects, sometimes your victims are the suspect, right? One could argue that Will Smith is a victim of a lot of foolishness, and he is also the suspect. And just because you're the victim doesn't give you a pass at being a suspect, right? So we could dive into that. And those who are in the chat, don't be shy, you guys. I don't bite, I promise. All my followers and subscribers will tell you I don't bite.
He does not bite.
I don't bite. You see this smile? Come on now, right? But I love to hear people's perspective on this. Someone said, why didn't he protect his mother? He was a child, he was young, but living with that's trauma, that's traumatic.
Definitely.
It doesn't take much for what I've noticed interviewing children and domestics. It doesn't take much, you guys, to scar them. You have to really work hard at guarding your children out here. They are scarred really easily. And also, even if you don't mean for them to be scarred, a child's perception is their reality. And the way they perceive things is totally different than the way we perceive things as an adult. I want to play a video real quick. Ishana, if you have time, I want to if you have time to look at this video with me.
Yes.
Okay. You guys in the chat, take a look at this video. We're going to break this down. I did it last night, but I have some new watchers here. I'm going to play something real quick. I'm going to give you guys my analysis on this, the psychosis, right? And what is the psychosis? The whole idea is when people's reality no longer matches the real reality, right? Your perception becomes reality. What happens in our minds? Our minds is where a lot of this mayhem and chaos happens. You see it in his speech. And I'm going to pull this up because I think this is a perfect time to talk about this speech right here. Now, I'm going to pause it periodically, you guys.
And I know to do what we do, you got to be able to take abuse. You got to be able to have people talk crazy about you. In this business, you got to be able to have people disrespecting you.
Now, simply put, he gets right to it. And, he talks about what you have to go through and endure in this business, in this line of work, right? And, this is something I really want to touch on real quick. Now, listen, before I dive in that, Michonne, I'm going to drop you down. I want to bring up, I have a new lady up here. I want to bring her up real quick. Michonne, stay in the back. I'm going to bring you up in a second, okay?
Okay.
All right. Azika, I see you. I'm about to bring you up right now. I want to get your thoughts. How you doing? How you doing?
You know what? I'm doing okay, sweetheart. You know what? I stumbled over your channel, and because of what happened, I said I got to subscribe because I like the way this young man is speaking.
Thank you.
Now, yesterday, I'm gonna keep it short. Yesterday, when I watched what happened, I was kind of conflicted. I said, dang, that's kind of wrong what Chris Rock did. But then I said, let me go back and really pay attention.
Right.
Let me get a little more knowledge. Let me see what's really going on. And I got to thinking about it. I said, wait a minute, hold up. They almost got me too.
Yes.
I'm telling the truth, they almost got me too. But I said, something, I've noticed there's a lot of trauma bonding, in Hollywood.
Yes.
I guess it happened out here in the regular world too. Two toxic people with a lot of trauma get together, and obviously they both have a lot of trauma. You see what I'm saying? From early on in life. And sometimes they get together and it's a hot mess. I'm in my 50s, and I'm telling you, I've seen this thing play out several times in my lifetime. What you think about that? That I think it's a trauma relationship.
Oh, absolutely. Shout out to Hakeem. Just became a new member. Listen, we are all going to give that a member clap. Thank you so much, Hakeem, for joining. I really appreciate that. You guys, the support goes a very long way. I really appreciate it, you guys. If you're new to the channel, please, if you're coming in, just get in. Please hit the subscribe button. Please join if you love what you see. Now, you're right. I've seen this all throughout my career. I've been a law enforcement officer for 13 years. I've been in and out of homes, and I've investigated plenty of domestics. I would usually do about 6 or 7 domestic cases a day as one officer. Now, when we talk about it, trauma attracts trauma. If you're a clown and I'm a clown and we get together, we're going to create a circus. It's damage. It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy. Ooh, for me, Tara, I saw her last night. Thank you so much. We got a new member. Listen, this is the member sign up session right here. Joy, I feel like this is church. Sign up, join up, you guys. Welcome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, you guys. Listen, go through my library. There's a lot of great content in there. We have a lot of deep, introspective conversations. None of that foolishness that goes on YouTube. Real grown-up talk over here, you guys. So welcome to the channel. I really appreciate it. So, yes, you are absolutely right. I would love to know the backstory of Jada Pinkett, right? What was her childhood like? Why is she so overly assertive? Very masculine, need to control, right? Very possessive, and a lot of times people attract the opposite. When you have a certain trauma, you attract the opposite. You attract your greatest insecurity. And that's usually how trauma works. You attract your insecurity, and you need a way to, right, put yourself over someone else, right? Maybe you were subjected to a certain level of abuse in a way to where you felt like you had no power, you were powerless. So then the reverse part of that is now you need to assert power over someone else to feel validated. You know, this is how dangerous the abuse goes, right? It's toxic. So when you have two people who have not gotten the help that they needed, right? Now you have, look at Will. Will now, he talks about feeling so insignificant, feeling so weak. He said he felt like a coward, right? A young man who couldn't defend his mother. That is harsh. That's hard. It's tough as a young boy seeing your mother suffer by the hand of your father, and you feel like you can't do anything about it, right? He now is a person who was a victim of a form of oppression, domestic oppression, right? A lot of times in domestics and this emotional abuse, what ends up happening? What ends up happening is you either become what you saw, right? You either become the victim of what you saw, or you become the abuser. It's very interesting. You know, Chris Brown said it after the Rihanna incident. You know, they did an interview, and I never forget this. And I said, this is so true. He said that when he watched his mom be abused by his father, he hated it. It bothered him. And in turn, he turned around and became the same thing, right? We see the same thing with alcoholics, right? You either become an alcoholic or you can't stand it. You kind of push it away out of your life, you know? So it's very interesting how that cycle of abuse can show up in different ways.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Listen, so what are your thoughts, Lats? Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think Jada had the power and the influence to intervene?
You know what? Matt, are you speaking to me, sweetheart? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you good.
Okay. You know what? I'm not sure what Jada's background is.
Yeah.
So, you know, don't get me the line now. But it's obvious. No, real shit. I'm not gonna speak ill on I can't. I'm not gonna speak ill on anybody. But I will say this: it's obvious that this woman has had some type of trauma,
right?
In her past, dating from the little bit that I do know, going all the way back to her early career. You know, to involve you, she's attracted obviously to, you know, the gangster bad boy type, you know, the rappers and stuff.
She said
yeah,
that.
and I'm not, you know, look, I love Tupac. I ain't gonna put no shade the brother's way. You understand what I'm saying? But real talk, that's what she's attracted to. So I'm thinking, and I could be wrong now, perhaps a father figure was maybe a little too controlling, which made her very controlling. Right. You know, when you're a young woman, I'm gonna speak for the ladies. You know, I'm not a man, so I can't tell you what a man feel. That'd be dumb. But as a woman, when you grow up with a father figure that is domineering, abusive, controlling, you're gonna do one of two things. You're gonna either become very timid, and you know, you probably end up with a bunch of men that beat the crap out of you, or in some, you know, abuse you in some way, some type of way, or you're going to end up doing the complete opposite, where you are going to become superwoman, where a man can't tell you nothing. And as far as the sexual side of it, if you know, you grow up with a mother that's open to every dang thing, then, you know, you're going to grow up thinking it's okay. And I've heard some things about that with her in regards to her mother. Now, I don't know that to be true. Like I'm saying, I'm going to put that disclaimer out there. I'm not throwing shade either anybody's way. I feel bad for anybody going through something and they can't come out of it on their own. You understand what I'm saying? So that's my thought on that. I know it came from somewhere. You don't just wake up one day a narcissist or a control freak.
True.
And really have some responsibility as well, darling.
Absolutely.
Really,
he to me, I think he owns obviously the most responsibility. I mean, he got up and he did it. I do believe, I do believe that she wanted him to, though. She wanted him to, and she really pushed it. The influence, right? The influence, but it was all him all day, because at the end of the day, as a man, he's supposed to be the lead.
I agree with you.
And as a man, if he puts himself in a bad position, his family falls behind his ignorance, right? Behind his stupidity, his family can suffer. So, as a man, you have to be careful. And as a woman, putting your man in harm's way, you also have to remind yourself that that is your line of defense too. So if you put him in harm's way and he gets injured, then there's no protection for you, right? And so, Azika, I did I pronounce it right? Azika? Azika, that's pretty. I like that. I like that. Thank you so much.
You got to check out my channel one day.
Yeah. Which? I didn't know you did YouTube. What's your channel? Tell me about your channel.
Azika, the real one.
Azika, the real one. Throw your channel in the chat so people know where to find you. What do you talk about on your channel?
You know what, baby? I just started this. I just started this like maybe 2.5 months ago.
Okay.
This channel, and I'm still trying to feel my way. I ain't no expert like you, brother. I mean, you doing your thing. I'm still learning. Learning, but I talk about everything.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you with the politic thing. I'm like George Carlin. I ain't got no dogs in this race. I'm open to talk about everything on there. I'll talk about men and women.
Okay.
Personal growth, all that.
Okay.
And it's you'll see it right there where it's Ask the Guy the Real One. I'm gonna throw a one up there, a bunch of ones across the screen. That way you guys can see where I'm at.
Okay. You guys, please go check her out. Drop your link in the channel so I can follow you, and shoot me an email so maybe we can do like a collaboration on some content.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I'm proud to see any of my brothers out here doing their thing. I'm proud to see any young person doing what they're doing. And thank you. And much respect to you for having me on your show. I appreciate that. But I'll drop that down here for you. I guess, look, I'm still learning. So I'm in my 50s. Give me a minute. I'm still learning this technology.
No, okay? You're good. I'm still learning too. Shoot, there's still much more to learn. Listen, I appreciate you. And just stay in touch, and then we'll talk.
Absolutely. All right.
Have a good one.
You too, love.
All right. Bye. Good conversation. Good conversation. Mandrill, I see you. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring you up in 1 second. Andrea, I'm about to bring you up. Let me get your thoughts. On this.
Well, the thing I find interesting is everyone acknowledged the look that Jada made when Chris threw the joke. So everyone could see. And everyone was saying that, at first Will was laughing and then he recognized that Jada was hurt.
Correct.
So if Jada's look had so much power to change Will's stance, she had the power to change what he intended to do.
Agreed.
If she can ignite the flame, she can diffuse it.
Absolutely.
I feel Jada's a very competent and aware woman. Her claim to fame at the moment is healing people and helping people get through things like she did with August Alsina. I think Jada prides herself on fixing broken men, hence her attraction to Tupac and now her attraction to August Alsina. I think the struggle she has with Will is he has this perception in the media that he's perfect.
Yes.
And he doesn't need to be fixed. So where's her place? So even when the August Alsina thing happened, the only kind of commentary you heard from her was on her Red Table Talk. Then it was left to Will to fight the fires, to be her voice. And I believe she doesn't think he does an adequate enough job. So I feel like anytime he was doing interviews, she would have come back and said, no, it should have been this, it should have been that. So he's almost battling at home and battling at work, trying to represent the Smiths because he's the bigger star, not her.
Correct.
And I think PR would never allow her to represent the Smiths in that battle. So to me, it was just unfortunate that Jada chose the Oscars for Will to do and pull that stunt, because I think it was a stunt. And I feel like she was advocating 2016, let's boycott it because it's not black enough. And the one time you come there to represent yourself and your husband, you allowed that to happen.
Right.
I think, I'm sorry, there's no excuse for it. I do understand and I feel for the position that Will's in, but I do feel Jada has a lot to answer for that.
Yes, wow. I think you touched on a little bit of everything. And I agree with that. You're absolutely right. Let me give a special shout out to Isis. I love the play on the words. She says, side note, Nathan, I'm glad I caught you on Storm's channel. And he sent me some of us your way. Very nice. Thank you so much. And shout out to Storm as well for giving me the opportunity to come up and speak to you guys. Complete honor. And I really, really appreciate you guys have been a great support. So I love having you guys here. So shout out to you, Isis, and those from Monroe's side coming to support. You know, this is very interesting, and Andrea, and I think you really nailed it. You nailed it. It's weird. They boycotted in 2016 and we're saying, hey, it's about black people, right? And then we're there, and now they can easily turn around and say, listen, we let y'all brothers back in here and y'all cutting the fool. You know, it's embarrassing. And you know, it just goes to show the influence that she has over him, and just overall, you know, his clown behavior for taking a command like that, or trying his hardest to please and impress her. And it's almost like he can never achieve it. You know, he'll never be good enough. And I think Will understands that. He knows that he'll never be good enough.
Yeah, because
never.
Most of the interviews because after this happened, I really went back and I kind of watched as much as I could to try and work out what was this dynamic, because it was strange to me.
Right.
And a lot of it was, you know, Jada had to sacrifice this. She didn't want to get married because she didn't want to have a traditional marriage, but she did. She had to give up her career because of this. And it's always very much
about her.
Jada, poor, and I'm not saying these things were not the case, but how long is Will gonna have to make up for being Will Smith? Like, you know, I mean, let's be fair. Jada is an amazing actress, but she still was never in the lane that Will Smith was. I don't think she ever made that successful crossover into mainstream. And I think also when you have power couples, that's a struggle. You know, I don't believe, you know, like in Beyonce and Jay-Z, I don't think they have to have that kind of struggle, because they both are kind of noted in their own field. I think Jada struggles with the whole dynamics of being Jada Pinkett Smith.
Ooh. And
not just Jada Smith.
Powerful. Listen, I'm gonna touch on that, Andrea. I'm gonna bring you down. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
I love when you come up. I think it's your second time. I think coming up.
It is. It is.
Listen, don't be a stranger. You know you always welcome.
I'm always here, but I'll pop up when I got some stuff to get off my chest.
I heard that. Thanks
for having me.
Absolutely.
Doing a great job. Take care.
Thank you. Mandra, I'm about to bring you up. I want to touch on this real quick. He said, let me ask this. What is the obligation of the LAPD for witnessing battery? They don't have no obligation at all. You guys, Chris Rock is a victim of simple battery or battery, depending on how the laws work in LA, right? The difference is the actual physical action is simple battery. The physical action with injuries is battery if the injuries are visible, right? This isn't a domestic. So the state can't force the charge, right? You know, Chris Rock is the victim. He has to press charge. He has to ask for the report and want to press charges for them to do anything. So they're on standby. And I think he already made a statement saying he's not going to press charges, right? He's not going to press charges. So So they're not obligated to do anything. You know, there's only certain crimes that we can push without the consent of the victim. That's a very great question. If anybody have any law enforcement questions, please put them up. Definitely make sure I'll grab them. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Let me go through here. Shout out to TJ Randolph. Says shout out to Nathan and the panelists in the chat. Yes, thank you so much for this donation. I really, really appreciate it. Listen, you guys, these donations go a long way. You guys, as you know, YouTube is a beast. They tried to censor me earlier. They cut me down for a little bit. I had to bounce back. So I appreciate the support, you guys. It lets me know that you see value on the channel. You know, thank you for those members who just joined up today. We have 2 new members today. I feel like church service. You guys are signing up. You know, pass the collection plate. Who else we got? Anthony J, thank you again. He said, curse through generations. If you don't understand the mistakes of the ones before you, even if you hate them, you'll eventually become like them. The harsh reality, you guys. The harsh reality. Thank you for the super chat. He's absolutely right. I did a stream, you guys, those who are new to my channel, called Black Men, Black Fathers, Black Boys. And we talked about the dynamic between them and how important Black fathers are, fathers in general, right? Fathers in general, to families. And when fathers are absent, how much chaos can happen inside of a family, you guys. It was a great, great, great live stream. Please check it out. It will be going back up for Father's Day. Of course, Father's Day is right around the corner. We need to do more things to honor our men in this country. We get overlooked, you guys. We get overlooked, and we go through things too. We're looking at a father right now and his actions. He talks about the abuse. He talks about, you know, having a mental breakdown, a mental health issue, guys. This is an outcry. Will Smith's actions is an outcry. It's an outcry, you guys. Absolutely. Land down under, Nate mate. Shout out to all the Nates and the Nathans back all over the world. Slow the footage down was staged. He slaps with his right shoulder. At the same time as a slap, they are both actors with staged. Yes, we can talk about it. You guys, we can talk about both angles. How much of this was staged? How much of this is reality? If it's staged, you guys, what's the problem? Shout out to Dawn. She said, violence is not an answer, but not a joke either. Absolutely. No justification for what Will Smith did. I don't care what type of abuse he went through in life. Keep your hands to yourself. And if this was a joke, you guys, the joke is on us as a people. The joke is on us as a people for being manipulated. Listen, here's the problem. Hollywood likes to play games on the population. Why? If this is a joke, why would they do this? One, because their ratings have tanked over the last couple of years. The Oscars and shows like it are on life support. They needed a Hail Mary. They brought the big guns out. Who can cry on command? Right? They brought the big guns out for this. They're struggling. Look how much we're talking about this. Hell, even me. Someone said, where was security at? They said, defund the police. The police weren't there, right? You guys, this is California. G.I. Jada, Operation Entanglement. You guys are hilarious. At this point, they might as well do a whole reality show. Mandrew, about to bring you up real quick, brother. Let me get your thoughts. What's your take on this?
It was definitely not staged. Per some of the people I've talked to who were there at the event, some of them were seat fillers, you know.
Yeah.
And they were explaining, like, when it happened, you know, when they got up, everyone thought it was just a skit at first,
right?
But when Will got up and Will sat back down and started yelling and cursing, that's when you could hear a pin drop in the entire auditorium, and everyone's like, "Oh crap, that actually just happened," you know. But my thoughts on it, it was weak, and it was a sucker move by Will. It made him look even more weak than he already did, because my thing is this: it was the joke was so harmless, and by far and away the weakest joke that Chris Rock told all night. You know what I mean? And it can hardly even be called a joke. and Will gets up, and Will laughs at it at first. You know, and my thing is, okay, what struck him? If he's laughing at it, what made him get up and go do that? Like, and he didn't. He apologizes to everyone else except Chris.
Right.
Again, weak effort. I mean, it sucked. You know, and it's a shame that he's been working diligently, laser focused, and working really hard, acting his butt off for 10 years plus to win an Oscar and win an Academy Award. That night was his night. It was Will Smith's Super Bowl. And it got over, and he actually wins it, and he gets overshadowed with negativity and nonsense. He ruined his own best night of his life with that. He did it to himself.
Right.
And all because it started because he married a woman who never loved him.
Whew. Yikes.
I mean, it's obvious. She talks about she didn't like having sex with him in the beginning of their marriage, and like she airs out all of their dirty laundry in public. Then she has an affair with a younger guy. He outs it. She tries to deny it at first, but then a publicist comes out and confirms it, and then she takes it to the red table and they talk about it, and she just does nothing to make him look good.
What?
When all he did for her was to elevate her. The only thing he did for her was elevate her.
Yeah.
Like, let's face it, where's her career? Where has her career been in the past 20, 25 years?
Well, that's what Chris Rock said. You know, the first joke initially was, you know, and I'm gonna dive into this in the next segment. I'm gonna get your thoughts on this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the whole idea? You know, do you believe Jada wanted him to do this? Do you feel like she had the power to stop him? Let me ask you this. Do you believe women have power and influence over the men they're with?
They do, definitely.
Okay. And in this situation, do you believe Jada could have intervened and stopped Will from going up there and doing what he did?
She could have, but she has no respect for him. So why would she? You know, it's a sad cautionary tale of why you should. Yeah, it is. This is a perfect example when you counsel young men.
Yeah.
You point to this guy, this situation, and say, "See, fellas, this is why you never try to make the attempt to turn into a housewife."
Facts.
You know,
Facts.
and this is also an example of what happens when you are not head of household. You're not setting standards in your household. Will compromise himself when he married her. Here's what I mean by that. Will wanted a traditional marriage. This is confirmed by them both. Will wanted a traditional wedding, traditional marriage, monogamy, the whole nine, right? Jada didn't want any of that. And Will acquiesced. Now, those are core principles of him.
Right.
He compromised on those. He compromised on himself, and he has never. He admits in himself in his book, he's never been happy with the polygamy part, the open marriage thing. He's never been comfortable with it. He admits it himself, and so therefore, when you do that, it's only a matter of you're a ticking time bomb. Then it's only a matter of time before you pop. And I think last night was that pop. And when he got up and did his acceptance speech, he talks about, you know, you have to take abuse and people saying crazy things about you. But if your wife, his job is to provide and protect. Fair enough, I grant him that. But it's also your spouse's job to protect you as well.
Right.
We don't need them to protect. Like, I'm not married, neither are you, you know. Right. But you and I both understand that if we were to get married, we're going to expect our spouses to protect us, but they have to protect us in a different way. Not physically. That's our job.
Right.
But sometimes they need to protect us from ourselves and protect our reputation, protect our brand, protect our family name, the family crest. You know, make sure that, say some guy gets slick at the mouth, we don't fly off the handle and just, you know, maul the guy and embarrass ourselves or get ourselves locked up in some kind of trouble and things like that. That's the power and influence that they have. They can calm us down, pull us back, or say, hey, this guy touched me. That guy over there. That's all they have to do. They know that we're going to swing into action.
Yes.
That's the power and influence. A man can break a woman's heart. A woman can ruin an empire.
Yes.
So women don't understand their power. They don't know of it. And, so therefore it's not ever, I don't think it's ever really used.
Right. Real
at all. Yeah.
And I say earlier, I asked the women if Jada had influence. Mela, I see you. I'm gonna bring you up shortly. I think real men on their purpose, know they need a woman.
Mm-hmm.
We know that having a good, strong woman will increase your value as a man. There's something that a woman brings to a relationship, a good woman, when she's connected with a good man. What you can bring out of that, what's birthed out of that connection is beautiful. It's amazing. A woman has such great value to a man. Men live longer when they have a good woman. That's a known fact. They've done research on it. Data shows that if you want to live a little bit longer, get a good wife.
Because she takes some of the pressure off.
Take some of the pressure off. Mm-hmm. And also as men, sometimes we move in the wrong directions, right? If the man is the head of the household or the head of the relationship, the captain of the ship, the woman is the neck. She steers.
She's the co-captain.
She's the co-captain, But when you have a man that's lost and confused, right? Broken, desperate, in need, who's really leading? Who's really leading? Let me go through these super chats real quick, and then I want to play this video.
Yeah.
You see, I got some good comments. People are really some people think it's a joke, some people think it's real. I like to argue both sides. I think it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Luke Hazley again. She's a member as well. Shout out to the members. Shout out to the members.
Luke Hazley. She's awesome.
She is always around supporting. Yeah. She said, after Mandrell's comment about Will giving up his standards, it just dawned on me that Will Smith is the original Megan Good versus Devon Franklin version. Yikes.
Wow. Point. Good point, though.
Good point. Listen, this is just, it goes to show you that, unfortunately, when you get engaged in a relationship, you need to get healed first. We as individuals need to understand our past, right? Don't ignore our past, because those things can create trauma bonds with people that you don't need to be connected with. Two broken people have no business trying to repair one another,
because they can't.
It's just hey, can you pick up my pieces? Can you pick up my pieces? It's like,
Yeah.
Sloth King says your weakest moment is when you have to be your strongest. Amen to that. We all know that, especially as men.
And think of the amount of the impressive part, and the most impressive thing about the entire night was Chris Rock. The amount of restraint he displayed, brother, because he was about to lay into Will, but he caught himself. If you pay attention, he says, I could.
Yeah.
I saw that the first time I watched. I was like, he caught himself, and he went on with the show. Sharp mind. Amazing willpower.
Yes,
amazing willpower. Wow.
He was going to absolutely slaughter him verbally.
Yes.
He was going to see. Chris Rock is not a fighter. His weapon is in his tongue. He was going to eviscerate Jada and Will.
And
he would have embarrassed him so bad. He would have turned him inside out on the world stage, and he didn't. And you're right. He caught himself. He said,
He said,
I could.
I could.
Right. He knew in that moment. He knew in that moment. He said, nah. And as he walked away, he said, man, it was a damn G.I. Jane joke, brother. Like, calm down.
He knew in that moment he had a very, very important decision to make.
Yes.
And he made the right one.
He did.
That is the type of strength, not only physical strength, but that kind of discipline. That is what we need to be training our boys to have.
Turn the other
level of discipline, that level of restraint.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You know, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna talk about that. Listen, brother, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. You know, we got our talk, our follow-up.
Yeah, we have tomorrow night, right?
You guys,
Yeah.
tomorrow I'm gonna be on Black Man Unfiltered's channel. He's Mandrill is gonna be hosting. If you guys aren't familiar with Black Man Unfiltered, if one of the moderators can drop Black Man Unfiltered's link, and also Mandrill, if you can drop the link in the chat as well. I will be over there tomorrow. We're going to be talking about policing the Black community and the relationship police have with the Black community. It's going to be a good discussion. Last time I was on there real quick to give my 2 cents, it got heated and I had to snap on some folks. I had to make some corrections, you know, and it's not over. Part 2 coming soon. You know, there has to be, we got to have the conversation, you know. So, Mandrill, I appreciate you, man. Drop the link so people know where to find you.
Absolutely. I'll drop it in the chat.
On your way out, I'll make sure the moderators get it as well. Please, you guys, check that out. I'm gonna have the link as well in the community tab for tomorrow. Mandrill, I appreciate you, brother, and we'll link up tomorrow.
All right, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right, TJ, I see you. I'm gonna pull you up in 1 second. I'm gonna go through the super chat. Pound for pound, appreciate it, brother. He says they struggle because Jada is deep down jealous of Will's success. Yeah, and I think a lot of us see that. There's a jealousy there all the way back from Will was in his early 20s and 30s, which is ridiculous, right? Which is ridiculous because, you know, Jada's an actress and she's a good actress, right? She holds her own. There's things that she can do. You know, you married this man. There's nothing else you need to prove. It's weird, man. You know, again, people lead with their insecurities. Pound for pound, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Swoop says, shout out to the hundreds of millions of this men on this earth that are bald and can't grow hair. Exactly. Listen, shout out to the man who struggled. Listen, you guys, I said it before. I lost mine way too early. I have older brothers that still got their hair. Mine's a medical condition too. And people never pull punches when they're telling jokes about me when my stuff started thinning out. Listen, I might pull a picture of what I used to look like with hair. You guys would probably laugh at me. Let me see if I have one up real quick. Let me see. I know I got a photo lurking around. What your boy looked like when he had some hair. Do I have an old picture? Let me see real quick as I'm going through these chats. Let me see if I have something. Oh man, I got some good photos. Hold up. Y'all want to see a picture? Let me see. I might throw an old joint in here so you guys can see. I'm about to embarrass myself. Lord have mercy. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna embarrass myself for one hot second. Well, I won't say it's embarrassing. Real quick, you guys want to see? Listen, you guys. What did chemo say? Not life-threatening. It isn't, but I understand, you know, how women might feel. It's nothing nice about going through life, whether it's aging or losing hair because of age or because of an illness like alopecia. You know, we're not making fun of that. Your hair does not make you who you are. It doesn't define you, but it hurts, you guys. I started losing my hair in my late 20s. I started thinning out. Now I can still grow. My stuff is right, but you know, it's light. It's light around the edges, right? It's light around the edges. And so I just said, nah, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy who's struggling with the struggle hairline, trying to color, paint, and do all this stuff. By the grace of God, I turned out to be pretty decent with the bald head, you know. But you guys, in the moment, it was tough to deal with. You know, it was tough to deal with. And so I do understand some people have a harder time making these adjustments. Your hair is a part of your image. And especially if you're someone who finds yourself very attractive and then you lose your hair, you have to kind of redefine who you are. It takes time. Listen, after my accident, you guys, for those who know my story, I was dragged down the interstate during an altercation with the suspect, which is why I ended up having to medically retire from my job. You know, my face got scarred up. I was banged up, my whole body. I look different. You know, this is where I got this wonder scar from. You know, my face healed well, you guys, but in the process, I looked rough. You know, I'm gonna show you a quick little picture real quick. So you guys can see what a brother looked like with some hair. I think it'll be worth the laugh. Now listen, take it easy. Don't I used to have a little twist and everything. I had all this was covered, you guys. All this was covered. You know, that's me back in the day. You know, back in the day. And then when I went into law enforcement, I had to cut my hair. My hair was good. And then by the time I started policing back when I was 20. And then by the time I was 26, 27, that sucker started falling back. My hair started going right back to the future, right? So, you know, that's quick little thing right there for those. I had a little baby face before I had all this going on. And yeah, when it's gone, you guys. And you know what I learned in that moment, I had a hard time getting over that hair loss, but I learned to re-love myself, you know. And that I realized that, hey, at the end of the day, you guys, my hair doesn't define me. You know, my hair does not define me. And some people have a harder time detaching themselves from it. It's difficult. So I respect everybody who is he said, that ain't the same dude. Hey, that's me, man. That's me, I promise. You just see the pictures with me with no beard on. You'd be like, what? You know? So TJ, I'm gonna bring you up. Give me 1 second. Let me finish going through the super chats. Where was I? Yeah. So thank you for this super chat. I appreciate you. Right. Men go through this all the time, you guys. They tell us to suck it up and get over it. All right. Nobody was giving me no kumbaya moment. They told me to get over it, you guys. By the grace of God, I have a nice shaped head. Look at LL Cool J. Bless his heart. Right. That brother's still uncomfortable with his head. He got the cone joint, right? LL Cool J, he got the cone. That's why he was always wearing hats. He never overcame that, right? He never overcame that. One would argue if he never tried to hide it so much, people wouldn't even realize his head was shaped that way, right? But now LL Cool J take his hat off, you recognize really quickly there's a problem, right? Got him. Covered everybody. Yes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for the super chats. Where we at? You look great, ball. Shout out to those giving me the ball head compliments. Thank you. Oh, what are our likes looking at? The likes are up. You guys, listen, God bless you guys. Thank you so much for getting the likes up. I really appreciate it. TJ, sorry for the wait. TJ, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. I think there's a delay.
You have that's because you have YouTube in the background. You have to pause it or shut the YouTube down. You can pause it. You have that's because you have.
Okay, what about now?
Perfect.
Can I hang up and call right back?
Yeah. Go ahead. All right, I'm gonna bring her down and then let her join back in. You guys, so this is the thing. Listen, if you guys want to come up, please come up. We'd love to hear your thoughts. She needs to mute YouTube. I think once she jumps back up, it should be good. Listen, how do you guys feel about the hair thing? Do you think that she overreacted? Did Will Smith overreact? Now we know Will had a lot going on, and I'm gonna tell you why. We're gonna jump into this piece. I'm gonna make this last argument, and I'm curious to know what you guys think about this. Yes, that joke was a straw that broke the camel's back. Woo, powerful. Will went after the weaker target. You know, of course.
And you got to smile and you got to pretend like that's okay. I want to apologize to the Academy. I want to apologize to all my fellow nominees. This is a beautiful moment, and I'm not crying for winning an award. It's not about winning an award for me. It's about being able to shine light on all of the people, Tim and Trevor.
Listen, you guys, here's my theory. We're talking about the psychosis of a person. I believe the person who actually slapped Chris Rock was not, in fact, Will Smith, but King Richard. You know, and I talked about this in the last stream. I'm going to touch on it real quickly, guys. If you haven't seen my last stream on, I dived real deep into it. I'm talking about the psychosis of a person. What you're looking at is a broken man. You're looking at a person who's crying out for help. A man that's broken doesn't mind breaking things. Dangerous place to be. You guys, he needs help. This is a cry for help. This is a cry for help. And this is dangerous. This is dangerous. What happened? He played the role of a father. He talks about it in this speech right here. He's talking about King Richard. I want you guys to listen carefully. I want you to hear what I heard. And I want to tell you how I broke this down. This is how I look and break down the minds of victims. Victims and suspects, they're one and the same a lot of times. They're one and the same.
And Zach and Sanaya and Demi and Ingenue and the entire cast and crew of King Richard and Venus and Serena, the entire Williams family. Art imitates life. I look like the crazy father, just like they said.
Art imitates life. You guys, that is the most powerful statement he made. Art imitates life. What is he saying? I'm still in this role of the crazy father who loves his family. You guys, the act, the behavior was that of the role, the character he played. The character he played. He's struggling, battling between two characters. The one he admires and the one of himself. Himself, who was never strong enough. He called himself a coward. The one who was never strong enough to stand up and defend his mother. He's speaking to that person. Who do we see on stage? You saw King Richard. You know, you guys, I've saw the movie. It was a great movie. It was a great movie. There's this technique called method acting when actors actually get into the mind and the spirit and the emotions of the character that they are playing so well that they actually become. They actually believe they are that person. He admired King Richard because of the type of father he was to his family, to his kids. He admires what he did to help cultivate some of the two greatest tennis players this nation has ever seen and world has ever seen, Venus and Serena. He also talks about how King Richard was so protective of his family. It was weird. It was almost like a sickness in a sense. His love was crazy for them. He said art sometimes imitates life. You know, did King Richard strike anyone? No, I don't know. I don't think he did. And I'm not saying that King Richard would have struck anybody. I'm saying that you have someone who's trying to emulate. Someone who's trying to emulate the process. He's saying art imitates life. Of course, it sounds like an excuse. There is no excuse. There's no justification for what he did. I don't care what he says. You don't put your hands on people. There's no justification for what Will Smith did at all. I'm talking about how he's trying to admire the courage the passion, and the love of a character that he played. He's looking at a character. He wants to emulate a character that he could not be in real life. Right? I think it's deep, you guys. I think it's deep. No excuse. Absolutely no excuse. But in the mind of a person whose perception is reality, you guys, of course, you could justify anything if you make the right argument. This is a moral argument. The legal argument all day, he's wrong. Who else did we see this with? We saw this with Heath Ledger, right? We saw this with Heath Ledger. Who else did we see this with? Jack Nicholson. They said the same thing. You get lost in these roles, it's dangerous. You know? Very interesting, guys. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Where are we at? We at the 2-hour mark. Listen, we know he didn't put hands on anyone, you guys. Listen, a weak vessel is a weak vessel. Not everybody can handle things, right? We all have different strengths. We all have different weaknesses, you know? And just because someone is saying that something is hard and it's difficult for them, your strength is someone else's weaknesses, you guys. Don't ever once for a second think that because you're able to manage certain hardships that everybody else should be able to. Never think like that. It's a dangerous way to think. You know, my strengths are your weakness. Your weaknesses are my strengths. We all have our own demons to battle, you know. Yeah, we all have our demons to battle. Will Smith is wrong. Absolutely wrong. At the end of the day, you guys, he embarrassed himself, his family, black men, black people. I mean, he embarrassed everybody. Drop the StreamYard link. You want to come up real quick? Anybody got any last words they want to drop real quick before I head out? Who said drop the StreamYard link? Who's that? Let me go back up and find you. Anybody want to bring anything up? I just dropped the link. For those who want to have any last words before we shut it down. This is a great stream tonight, you guys. I really appreciate everybody coming up and supporting and having the discussion. You guys, this is a clear example of mental health, mental awareness, how important it is. TJ, welcome back. Welcome back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Thank the Lord. Okay. Real quick.
Go ahead.
I took some notes, and it's so interesting. I think one of your earlier guests said that talked about Jada and being, far as being broken. And from what I can remember, I remember that her mom had been abused by by Jada's father. Okay. And I also remember, in addition to her mom being on drugs at one point, but also that you talked about how Will could not protect his mom or something to that effect. I could be wrong, but
yes, that's correct.
Well, one of the things, and talked about Jada needing to, your guest said either you would be the complete opposite or you would go overboard of feeling that you have to fix something.
Yes.
And when she said that, I identified with that. Because growing up, my mom had been in some situations that she was domestically abused, and as the oldest, always felt that I had to protect her. So what I found in my life, the men I gravitated toward were men that I thought that I could fix.
Yes.
And trying to fix them, I felt somehow I would be fixing myself. And it's so interesting that when I met my husband, one of my closest friends said to me, she said, TJ, do you realize that Mr. Randolph is the first guy you've dated since I've known you for 20 years that he didn't need you to fix nothing for him? He was a whole person, a whole man, standing in his manhood, standing in his purpose. And it's a difficult place to be. And it wasn't until she said that to me that I actually that's true. That you feel that you always have to be in charge, because for one, in my mind, I said that no one ever was going to treat me the way my mom was treated.
Yes.
So I went overboard. So I'm not saying that that is the case for her, but I am saying that I identified with that. And it wasn't until she said it that it resonated with me, that sometimes, because if she didn't feel like she needed to fix something with Will, maybe she somehow felt inadequate. Because when you feel like you need to fix something, you're in a position of power that someone needs you. And the truth of the matter, he didn't need, what he needed her for was not what she needed him to need her for, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you hit it on the head. And I think a lot of people don't realize how powerful that is. You guys, on average, about 10 million people experience domestic violence, some form of abuse, right? A year, 10 million people. This is a real thing. And a lot of times we go through trauma and we don't understand how it has an impact on our life, right? It doesn't show itself in a way that we would think it would show itself. This is why they always tell people therapy is so important, because sometimes having someone on the outside looking and examining can point things out. If you're not able to do the self-work on your own, this stuff can be detrimental, right? We pair ourselves with the wrong people. I think what you said is perfectly, is that when you get a chance to actually meet someone who is a whole person, they are 100%. They don't need you to add anything, nor they need you to take anything away. They are 100% whole. You start to focus on what's more important. You get to see the true value of a person, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And I'm so happy you shared that, because a lot of people needed to hear that.
Well, thank you for allowing me to come back up. And again, shameless plug, that's one of the things that I try to explore, when I have some of my discussions about being vulnerable. And again, having to take that journey, because I suffer from mental illness and stuff like that. So, but it wasn't until your guest said that I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so true.
Yes.
And if you are, quote unquote, this self-sufficient person, and you felt like you were the go-to person all the time in your immediate family, because I'm the oldest of 2 girls, and then the extended family, you automatic, and then my career as a military officer, you were always the go-to person.
Yes.
And then you come across, and so you feel like you always have to fix stuff.
Yes.
And then if you can't fix it, somehow you feel inadequate, because again, you're making it about you.
Correct.
As opposed to about the other person. So again, I think your guest hit the nail on the head with that one, because again, he don't need her to fix nothing. He just needed her to be his wife and to love him and to honor him and to cherish him. And she wasn't or isn't prepared to do that. And that's not love, because again, what I've learned since I have been married, when you are married, it is not about you, it's about the other person, always.
Powerful. I will say that, it's 2 people who should be going out their way to please one another. And as long as you're focused on loving that person to the best of your ability, you'll get it in return. I've had an opportunity to counsel a lot of couples, married couples and non-married couples. And that's one thing that we always talked about. I always share with them, focus on loving that person, just as much as you love yourself, and allow that person to do the same in return. You're not going to have any issues. You're not going to have any. When 2 people come together who are selfless, that's the key. Being selfless.
Absolutely.
So, Ms. TJ, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Anytime, you're always welcome up here. It's always good. I see you in the chat all the time. It's always good to see you come up.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Let's see. I have the thrifting, and then I see you Quizmatics. I see you, brother. I'm gonna bring you up in 1 second. I'm gonna grab an order. How you doing, miss? How you doing?
Hello, sir. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Perfect. So listen, this thing rattled me. It's been rattling me for days, and I kept trying to analyze why it was rattling me personally. It was just a trigger for me, because I watched my mom being abused too. So, that whole thing. But here's the thing. This whole situation is such a layered cake.
Yes,
it's brought up feminism versus masculinity. It's brought up all kinds of issues. And I wanted to, in this conversation, to touch with you on what you said about method actors, because I have actors in my family, actors that have worked with Will Smith. But what I'll say about this is, I don't know of many Black actors that talk about method acting, but I have heard Will talk about falling in love with actresses for real, but he was just playing a role. So he really gets in there, and who knows how long it takes to detox from doing something like that. You know what I mean? So when you watch him walk up on stage, you were right. You called it. It's not Will Smith. It looked like a combination of Jim West and King Richard. To actually go up and slap a guy and then walk off and kind of, you know, fix his coat like I did the thing and sat down. It was totally out of body to see it.
It was. That's the dangers of, you know, and again, I like to argue both sides as an investigator. I think when you're seeking truth, you don't chase the narrative, you chase the evidence, right? And you always argue both sides. Doesn't matter what it sounds like or how crazy it is. I think that's why I'm such a conspiracy theorist, because you know, the answer is always going to be at the end of the truth, right? And so it doesn't really matter what it looks like. He was out of character. When I saw him, everything just didn't scream Will Smith to me. And then after hearing his speech talking about, you know, art imitates life, it all made sense. It clicked for me. This was a buildup of things over the years.
Yes.
You know, added to the fact this had nothing to do. This had less to do with the alopecia, you know, and more to do with his role and how he feels as a husband. He feels inadequate. He's been emasculated. You know.
I know.
And you have.
I've known that for a long time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
With her, I mean, I don't know them personally, but you know, they put a lot out there. They put a lot out there. So just basing my opinion on what they've shown on the screen, you know, there's some issues with him not feeling adequate and good enough. And so, in my opinion, and from what I've seen. So then this was his, you know, it was a do or die moment for him. He was either going to show her he loved her and sacrifice himself and do that, or he was going to sit there and not, you know, defend whatever honor she thought he should be defending. But I did see her give him that actor cue in a sense and say, hello, it's your time. Go on up there and do what you need to do.
Right.
Exactly. And then if I were in that situation, I probably would have made a statement afterwards and said something on behalf of what happened and apologize myself.
Right.
You know, being a woman, I would not want to put my husband in that situation. I mean, that would be my husband on a platform, on a worldwide platform, doing that. No. And then to have my kids come back and second the motion.
Yeah.
No.
And it's embarrassing, and no one is asking, how does Chris Rock feel? No one is talking about how he feels, how disrespected he was, assaulted on national. He has children too. He has, you know, I don't know if he's married, but again, this is a man who was slapped. All men know the worst thing you do to a man are two things: spit on him and slap him in the face. Chris Rock probably like, look, I would have preferred he punched me. You know, and you know, shout out to Sam Kincaid. He said River Phoenix taking on the role of Joker and unable to remove himself from it. He's absolutely right. There is, when you take on the persona of somebody, you know, and you don't do the necessary work to get it out of you, you know, it could be detrimental. You know, we've had actors lose their life behind that.
Yes.
You know, and so it's a very powerful thing. There's a spiritual side to it people don't ever talk about. And those who are believers, or you know, if you believe in the sun, moon, or Skittles and rainbows, you know, the reality is there's a spiritual component to this thing, and it's real. Shout out to Eb918. Thank you for the super chat. She said, I'm curious your thoughts on why there are people that feel Will was justified.
Wow.
I saw a poll that was 50-50 split down the middle. That's crazy to me, why people would rather violence than a chat. You know, this is a good question. Why? I'm going to tell you why. Because people make moral arguments. You can justify anything.
Yeah.
Morally, you guys. You can tie in person. Oh, I grew up this way. I had this kind of experience. This is why I had to stab him, right? You can make anything sound good if you put emotions in it. That's why it's dangerous to lead with emotions, right? It's very dangerous. You know, emotions, absence of logic creates chaos.
Ta-da! You said it.
You know, so yeah, there's a lot of people. I've seen men in the chat yesterday when I had this discussion saying that he did what he was supposed to do. That's what a man's supposed to do. No, sir, that's not what a man is supposed to do. It's people's twisted logic of what a man is why we're having all these problems today. Men who can't control their emotions, who have no control over their behavior and want to blame it on everything. The failure to hold themselves accountable is the problem that we have in this country today.
Absolutely.
Even when we talk about within our own community, the Black community, that's one of our biggest issues today, the accountability, the violence against one another, right? The inability to use other means to address an issue, right? The inability to say, hey, is there any other conflict resolution strategies we can use? He could have addressed this with them after the show. He could have met him in the parking lot. He could have
catch him outside.
He could have catched him outside in the back, right? So, you know, like, again, there's no justification for what Will Smith did. If anybody thinks he was justified, I would love for you to come up and explain to me so we can have the talk, right? You know, that's not something we need to condone in our community. That's not something, the embarrassment he put upon his family, the shame, this will go for a lifetime. This is a new legacy now. My father told me at the end of the day, your name is all you have. Your name is all you have in this life. And when it's done, right? When it's done, it's done.
Wow. That was powerful. You know what? I just had turned on my phone and you were there. And this is my first time on your channel knowing about you. One of the things I like, I hate to say these situations kind of bring new people into my feed. So I'm glad I found you, and I'm definitely a subscriber. And I did a couple of videos. I only talk about thrifting and reselling.
Okay.
but I had to address this because you know what? As a reseller, I know that Will Smith and Chris Rock's items are going to sell, to be honest with you. Yeah. So I did a video about that, but then I also talked about them as people as well. But yeah, I mean, this it's not going to go away anytime soon. We're going to be talking about this, and you hit the nail on the head with absence of logic. It's amazing and bubbling to the surface. It's that layered cake, you know.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate you for joining. I really listen. Take a look at a lot of other content that you're gonna love.
I will.
Yeah, I'm curious to get your input. So, yes,
excellent. Definitely. Good to meet you.
Same here. Same here. Appreciate that. All right, Quizmatic, I'm about to bring you up. Shout out to EB918. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And this was a phenomenal question, and it deserves my full attention. And I think that you really shine a light on some of the big issues. We should not be divided on this issue. Right? At all. What he did was unacceptable. What is the responsibility and the duty of a wife? Right? The man is a sword, the woman is a sheath. She should have stepped in. She condoned this. A woman's power and her influence on a man's life is so astronomical. I think some women don't realize the power that they have. You guys are powerful. You guys are powerful, as you should be powerful. Right? Again, a woman amplifies everything a man brings. If you bring a woman crap, she's going to give you some shit, right? If you give her a seed, she'll give you a baby, right? Give her a couple dollars, she'll give you, right? So at the end of the day, women are so needed. They're so, love our sisters, love women all around the world. They're much needed, you guys. And when the right woman is with the right man, you can create heaven, right? On earth. What's going on? What's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm chilling, man. What's shaking with you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Great content. I'm new to your channel as well.
Thank you.
And, new subscriber. I love the deep I like the deep perspectives that you're bringing out.
Thank you.
In such an articulate fashion.
Thank you.
Get into like the psychological aspects and stuff like that. But let me start with my personal disclaimer here. Like, I am not here to be politically correct. All right.
Facts. Go ahead.
Still, okay. So, you covered so much ground. There's so many different things to touch on. So let me just start from the beginning. At this award show,
all right,
Chris Rock is an entertainer.
Yes.
He's a comedian. Last time I checked, even though Will Smith has been a rapper, and even though Will Smith is a actor and a rapper, he's actually been in the comedy field. I mean, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a comedy.
Yes.
Will Smith knows what it is to do comedy. He knows what's expected of comedy. He's from Philadelphia. Isn't Chris Rock from like Brooklyn or something like that?
He's from New York. Yeah.
Right? I mean, both of these guys, they from the hood. They
from the hood.
They come a long way, right?
That's right.
Now, when Chris Rock was saying his little jokes, right, and his joke about G.I. Jane. Now he covered a couple of other people. He didn't say anything too harsh or whatever. And to be quite honest with you, there are much worse jokes. I just saw a joke that Will Smith cracked on somebody being bald-headed. And I like the fact that you brought up your losing of your hair. Look, you know what I mean? I'm coming home too.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough, right?
Ain't nobody got no mercy on us in the street.
None, brother, none.
Right? You know what I mean? I remember I was out with one of my producers' friends talking about, man, you got a skin yarmulke quiz. What's up?
Skin yarmulke.
I'm in the middle of the store like, dang on, bro. Now I feel like I never had a complex about it before. I'm like, man, I need to keep my hat on my head. Shoot.
Facts.
Run around out, beating me crazy because I'm trying to let it breathe like Jada Pinkett.
Facts. Yo.
But if you go out there and you want to put on green and you got and you want to embrace.
Right.
I mean, I thought that she looked cute, but then after when she slapped Chris Rock, see, that's where the gloves would have come off. That's the reason why I got to give so much respect and so much props to Chris Rock. Because he showed that he is a consummate professional.
Ooh.
He showed that he is an extremely strong man and a professional, because that was extremely disrespectful.
Yes, it was.
And I like the fact that you also talked about the split between people who actually think that there's a justification for what Will Smith did. There's no justification for that. Chris Rock was doing a job he was paid to do. It wasn't like Chris Rock was holding a 30-minute roast session on Jada Pinkett.
True.
He said something light. He was already moved on. Will Smith was laughing. He looked at his wife. Here she goes using a Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, handle that.
Yeah, she said she spoke
handle that.
Telepathy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then he got up and he got out of character completely, because that's not no Will Smith that we remember. That was some Kanye West stuff.
Facts. You know, and that's what the people are saying in the chat. They're talking about how powerful men give that look all the time. You walk up on the wrong brother and they give you that look. You know what time it is. You can feel people's intentions, right? That's influence. It's leverage. Men know how to put leverage on other men by looks, right? By sheer look. You know what time it is. She looked at him. That's all that was needed. We need to be hollering at Lupita. Lupita was right there in the middle.
The emasculated man complex.
Ooh.
And where did he become the emasculated man? His wife. She put your information out in the street.
Yes, she did.
She got another dude up underneath your roof while you're paying all of the bills as she's piping down, or he's piping you down, and you ain't do nothing to him. He's even got a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it go.
Man, the disrespect is real, man. You
She
know what the problem though?
disrespected him.
People keep downplaying this, and then when something happens, we see it all too often, and this is not okay. I have to say this because I have people on my channel sometimes that think I'm trying to condone this. Shout out to Chemo C, say you're giving her Easy E vibes. Listen, they quit to clown us now. They'll clown brothers all day. But the thing is, and shout out to Chris Needs Hazard Passer Pay.
Oh yeah, he damn sure do.
He do. I'm saying, hey, listen,
you gotta put in more. He didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, my thing would be like, where's security? You know, how'd y'all let this happen?
He looked for it too. He was like, let's go now. Ain't nobody come to his defense.
Hey, nobody.
They didn't even give him a second to do a concussion protocol.
Right. No one checked him. Hey, I would have just passed out on stage just out of pure GP. I'd have just passed out. Got everybody shook. Like, hey, this hit. Anything could have happened. Anything could have happened. On a
serious note, though.
Oh, yeah.
First off, for people out there who think it's okay, see, there is several things that would take away, and this is a very bad precedence to set.
Yes,
One,
it is.
You don't just put your hands on people. Now, for somebody says, if he disrespected your wife, what are you going to do? Well, first off, if sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Jada Pinkett got a mouth of her own. But let's just say that I was feeling some sort of way about something that, let's say that me and you met in the street somewhere and you said something crazy about my wife. Hey, bro, don't talk to my wife like that. That's the first thing. Now, you know. Because once I put my hands on you, all hell breaks loose. And that's where people start going to jail and then lawsuits. And you got a lot to lose. Now, Chris Rock took the high road in a lot of ways. But I just was looking at an interview with Jim Carrey. Mm-hmm. He's also a method actor, by the way. I'll talk about that a little bit later on. But he talked about how disrespectful it was and how he would he would say, hey, you know what? I ain't got nothing to say to you. $200 million. Let's go to court. Because that embarrassment's going to live on forever. It wasn't just the embarrassment that Will Smith caused to himself and his family, which he'll get over because the Academy ain't going to do much to him anyway. But it's the fact that forever, Chris Rock looks like a complete
sucker.
Yeah, and I mean he got a great jaw. Let me tell you, he took
boy.
Will put shoulders into that one.
When you're a comedian, you got to have a great jaw because people be trying you. Jamie Foxx talked about it. He said he came across Tyson one time. He got into it with LL Cool J one time. And so when you are a comedian and you make your money off of making fun of people, you better have a jaw and you better have some good hands. And it's always the little scrawny ones that got the best jokes, right? Because that's how they defend. They use words. Their words are power. Words are powerful. And, one of the things we have to talk about real quick before you jump into that other piece, domestic violence.
Yes.
Domestic violence, you guys. What you saw on stage is a broken man.
Yes.
There's nothing more dangerous than a broken man whose pride, ego, wounded, non-existent, full of emotion, absent of logic. That man is dangerous. And a broken man breaks things, you guys. And this is what we see all the time. I've seen it all throughout. Hurt people, right? And I've seen this all throughout my profession, right? I get that call, right? That, hey, my husband's acting violent. He's yelling, he's screaming. It's the third time. I show up and I see someone with a knife in them, and it's the woman, right? You guys, this is an outcry. Will Smith is crying out for help. He is telling you he is wounded. He's done. He went on there and talked about how dangerous this profession is. You got to take insults and just deal with it. He went out and he showed when men lose all control over self, they act out through violence, you guys. This is what we see, right? It's a forward expression. Men use violence as a form of expression. It's an emotional response, whether you like it or not. And if you just so happen to be on the receiving end of that, he's striking people he cannot strike in real life. Who's above Chris Rock that he can't hit, you guys? Think about it.
At the Oscars, though, bro?
Well, you know what I mean.
I don't got no problem with him doing anywhere, anytime, anybody could get it. But
at the Oscars, I agree.
Let's be real. Listen, let's be real. Will knows better. He's been to enough awards events and ceremonies. I'm sure that he felt it was disrespectful when Kanye West walked on the stage and said, hey, I'm going to let you finish speaking and then continue to go on and talk some whole nonsense. You're not part of this show. You already know that. Yes. Will Smith knows better. Yeah. I love the fact that you point out that he's a broken man because I see it. The broken look in his face.
He's
not
hurt.
Because of anything else, because of his wife, because he initially was laughing.
Yeah, but that was an orchestrated laugh, right? He's like, and then she looked like Tupac would have went up there and handled business, right? Like she hit him with that.
I think that Will Smith deserves a whole nother Oscar.
Oh, facts.
the best dramatic performance at the Oscars in history, because that was better than when Denzel said King Kong ain't got nothing on me, and we saw it in real time. He walked up on stage, smacked him, walked back to his seat like Frank White, and said, "Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth." Yeah, I said it, and then said it again, even more emphatic. I'm like, my goodness.
It was powerful, man. Did you see the photo I put up with Jada? Did you see that? Did you see that? Were you here? Did you catch? This is, and for those who didn't see it, for those who just came in, I got to show this again because this was powerful to me. This was powerful to me, you guys. This was powerful. You know, that.
She came out and she exercised power. Listen, you're a conspiracy theorist. Listen, Chris Rock should have gone with a Star Wars joke. Her up there with a bald head looking like Yoda. Man, shoot, I'm going to be honest with you. He's lucky you got Chris Rock. He's the right one. I would have turned a 20-minute roasting session after that. We would have had to fight. We would have had to shut the Oscars down.
Man, could you imagine if that was DL?
But listen.
If that was DL, he would have roasted him all the way back to the seat.
Right. But that picture, bring that picture back up, bro.
That picture, this picture
right here. Take a look at her. You're a conspiracy theorist. We talk about Hollywood here. Now, what is Jade? And look, she has complete mind control over Will Smith.
Yes.
Complete and total mind control over him.
She is channeling herself through him. This is the perfect concept of what the puppet and puppeteer looks like. You can't see the strings, you guys. You can't see the strings. But the puppet is dancing nonetheless, right? You can't see it. Look at the power she has. You guys, Jada Pinkett right here in the moment. This is power personified. Power personified. It's scary, man.
Hey, and now let me connect this to something you were talking about before.
Go ahead.
All right. Now you were talking about the method acting. You know that these people in Hollywood channel the spirits for this stuff. Now, he's channeling the spirit of a man who's alive, right? I mean,
King Richard.
Right. But when you start going into this, you take a look at it, and many people have various different religious or spiritual concepts or belief structures or whatever, but there's definitely something to this when she could just look at him.
Yep.
And in that moment, trigger and elicit a response from him.
Yes.
That was excessive.
Yes.
And then it also showed how great of an actor that Will Smith was, because when you were talking about his acceptance speech, now I differ in your opinion in one way. I believe that now you start getting into the PR, because now you have to flip out of
the cleanup game
about that and what you're going to say, and then also we have to get people on our side. So let's get some tears going out here, and let's channel us into and he was a fierce protector of the people he loved, and then you're talking about love, and you just got finished smacking a man in the face. Diminishing all of the accomplishments of all these other wonderful, deserving actors out there, completely absorbed. You took the entire energy out of the whole room and made everything about you.
Yes. Yes.
Also disrespectful. So there were a lot of things. I think that there were a lot of statements. I thought that there was a lot of power. I like that image that you put up there, because I don't think that people got it. Like, Chris Rock learned a lesson. Don't talk about G.I. Jane with Jada Pinkett when she's up there. He would have been better off cracking a Star Wars joke. You know what I mean?
But that G.I. absolutely, that G.I. Jane joke, it had a double entendre to it, when you compare the same relationship that Demi Moore had with Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, exactly. That was deep. I don't think it was that deep, but I do think it is that deep also.
Right. It's very interesting. I was gonna play that reaction so we could see that her eye rolling and stuff like that. The moment that he was about to lay into him on the with them jokes, but he chose not to.
I love that.
I just let me get to this super chat real quick. Shout out to Zach Sommers with the super chat. He said Denzel told Will, at your highest moment, the devil will come for you. Whew, my God. Denzel drops some gems every time he opens his mouth. What Will isn't seeing is the devil entering his life through Jada.
Bingo.
That's powerful.
Super chat, dude. You on point.
That's powerful. Thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. Thank you guys so much. Make sure I try to catch all these super chats. Very powerful statement. I definitely agree with that. I think, listen, this is
The devil wears Prada.
devil in the blue dress all day. Shout out to Dre Blanco. This is the big homie right here. He said Whoopi Goldberg, who was on the Oscar board, said there will be repercussions for the slap seen around the world. Man, listen, Whoopi did say that. Whoopi just barely got her job back. She needed to sit down somewhere. So
listen, I'll be honest with you. They call it Hollyweird. I don't trust anything coming out of those people. These people ain't necessary. These people ain't all sweethearts.
No, they're not.
Like Will Smith is a good actor. I don't know him personally, but he just showed us on the grand stage of the world that he's got, like, I would have never thought. He just came out and just basically put it out there. He's got issues. Will Smith is a broken man, and I believe Jada Pinkett is the one that broke him. When she started coming out on her Red Talk discussions and started talking about details, and we wouldn't know all of this stuff about you. We didn't even care.
Yes.
You put that out there.
She did. This constant grab for attention, this constant desire to be validated. It's a classic sign of narcissism, and so again, my fear, to be honest, is Will snapping.
Yeah.
And then who will be on the end of that snap? And I think this is the part where, again, we see men show signs of the frustration, of the inability to do the self-work sometimes, or to get the help. The man got all the money in the world and he's still battling. He's talking about being called names, right? He talks about on the speech, he said, I'm forced to take all this crap from people. And it's like, I can't hit the people I really want to hit, And so again, you go after the low-hanging fruit, right? And so I just think Chris Rock was just an easy target. And he probably, he can't turn around and hit Jada, right? He can't turn around and hit anybody else, maybe the people who really are causing him the pain. And he feels trapped. He feels in prison. You hear it in his statement about his past. He talks about he felt like a coward.
Unfortunately, I think that he might have made his situation worse. Why? Because the internet is undefeated.
Yeah.
Like when you were a kid and you went to school, kids say jokes sometimes. They're not always the nicest things, but they're gonna continue to say whatever they're gonna say, until you stand up for yourself. Now, sometimes you stand up for yourself and make an ass of yourself, you know what I mean? Then what happens is now you just became a meme for the whole school, you know what I mean? Like, gotta eventually talk and deal with it. So he's from Philly. You gotta have tougher skin than this. He's gotta know that. And the biggest thing that I'm more concerned about is the generation, where we are in generationally. If you're saying, if you have people out here who really believe that choosing violence first and feel as though it's justified to put your hands on people, that's disturbing to me, because if you see where society is right now, it seems like we're trending that way. So where do we stop? Where do you draw the line and say, hey, you know something? Let's be real. There is no place to put your hands on somebody unless it's in a self-defense
correct
sort of standard. You are a civilized person. You are a grown man, a civilized person. You know how to, if you did not like what he said, you could have simply said what you said from your seat. You didn't even need to use the profanity, or you could just simply have taken a stance, stand up, and left. Have you ever been to a comedy club before?
I sit my ass in the back.
Hey, I've sat in the front, and believe me, you know what I mean. You take a risk. And
you take a risk to get roasted.
Anybody get punched and beat up or anything like that on the stage?
Nope. You get offended, you leave.
So we're going to a really dangerous place if people think like, hey, this comedian said something that I don't like. So, for example, I just got finished posting in the chat before I hopped on here. I said, hey, I was offended by Will Smith's acceptance speech. When I see him, I'm going to slap the dog shit out of him. Right?
Right.
Why? Because he said something that disagreed with me. And, my grandfather, you know what I mean? My grandfather had got into a fist fight with that guy, Richard. You know what I mean? And so, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is there's 1,000,001 reasons for people to get into that emotional space where something triggers them and then they're passionate about it because they feel a certain way, but that does
Yes.
not justify you putting your hands on somebody. And that's just basic civility. And that's where I'm really disturbed. I'm really disappointed in Will Smith, because of all the places to do that, the Oscars is a reflection of civil conduct.
Yes. Yes. You know, you really hit on a lot. And I think that's why I said that you can justify anything with a moral argument, you know, because like you said, he went on the stage and he started talking about how, you know, hey, art imitates life. He's building up his excuse, right? To justify. You can't justify it. They're words.
With tears. Listen, remember,
Oh yeah.
Tears.
On command.
Don't minimize the power of that. Because even when he was saying it, I was like, oh my goodness. I almost for a second felt like, I'm like, hold on, you're crying and you just slapped the man and now you're crying.
Right. Oh, woe is me, multi-millionaire.
Will Smith turned into a Karen.
Exactly. Yeah, real quick. Or Jaren. He turned into a Jaren, right? He said, we don't believe in your black man tears, right? Black men don't cry. Man, I think one of the dangers of this is how people are starting to use this as a form of saying this is toxic masculinity, right? On display. You have people who are going to use this and say it's okay to assault someone because the words offended you, right? Or someone's words offended this woman. So that gives you the authorization as a man to go and put your hands on them. That's absolutely incorrect. You know, so there's a couple things going on here. This is also, I said this last night, the problem with this, toxic femininity. Absolutely. We need to talk more about toxic femininity. We have to coin that. What is the other issue? This could be a staged act, right? A way to sedate people and distract people from something bigger going on in the world. As we know, there's a lot going on in this country. People don't talk about the fact Amazon bought MGM. Amazon has the Washington Post, right? Wow. Amazon bought the Washington Post. Amazon just bought MGM for like $8 billion, right? No one is talking about the power plays. What's going on in our country, right? Inflation, gas, the war, possible World War III. But we're talking about Will Smith slapping. Hollywood say, hey, listen, you guys, we need a flag on the play. We need to slow the people down. They're asking too many questions in Washington. People are all in our business. We need a distraction. Let's call our heavy hitters. Let's call our best ones. Who can turn this thing around? Who can bring, right? Who can bring the Oscars out of the grave? It's on life support. Holler at Will and Jada.
Well, Will Smith was the Men in Black, so he knows the secrets.
He knows the secrets. You know, listen, what would you do? How much would you do? How much of your integrity are you willing to let go and discard in exchange for money and fame and attention? If you turn around and there's $1 million waiting for you at the end of that rainbow. You know, my thing is, I would rather be a poor man with all my integrity than a rich slave.
Do you think that we witness, now this is for the conspiracy theorists out there, and if you're not a conspiracy theorist, remember, I'm not politically correct, so tune me out if you harsh for you. But how do you feel about a public Hollywood humiliation ritual?
Absolutely.
That's what we do at these awards programs anyway.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it would be. And I would say this, if that is the case, let's dive into that. Now, you guys, for those who are listening, we're about to dive deeper, right? This is where we're about to get into shark-infested waters. I don't mind. You know, I already have hot topic debates on my channel all the time. I live for this. It is what it is, right? Let's talk about it. Because on the first stream I did, I argued both sides. If this is real, let's talk about it. Now, if this is fake, let's talk about it, right? We got to argue both. I always argue both angles. It's one of the things they teach you, even in law school. Argue on the defense and then argue, right, on the other side. Now, let's talk. If this was orchestrated as a ritual, a humiliation ritual, I would start all the way back from how brazen Chris Rock was as he humiliated the audience, right? He threw and snubbed racism and racist Hollywood in their faces. Nobody was laughing. They struggled to clap. They're like, right? He said, hey, how can black people be boycotting the Oscars? They don't have no time to worry about this back in the 50s, right? Because they are too concerned about people hanging from trees, strange fruit, right? What do you laugh at that? What do? You look at the audience, they were confused. I played the video earlier. They were completely lost. He said they couldn't handle it. He said, listen, we're not concerned about the Oscars. Why are we worrying about boycotting the Oscars? Back in the day, we're too concerned about black people being raped.
And let's point this out. Chris Rock is one of the most beloved comedians, black comedians, universally in this country. He has handled politics,
yes,
very gracefully and very well. He has been controversial to an extent, and he's one of the most successful black comedians,
yes,
of all time. When you Will Smith, the level of success between Will's and commercial crossover, people that you would say are safe to bring in a room full of no African Americans whatsoever.
Right.
Chris Rock, Will Smith. Can't go wrong with those two dudes, right or wrong?
Right. No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think Chris Rock kind of gives me the impression a little bit of like a Dick Gregory Jr., you know, trying to weave in truth within the laughter in a sense. But Chris Rock's are a lot harsher in a sense to where it's less laughter and just more truth. You know what I mean? I don't see him. He doesn't finesse it well, in my opinion.
That Chris Rock has done really well
as a comedian.
He has been for his whole career. He has. I remember Chris, New Jack City, Pookie, great comedian. Trust me.
Original Pookie.
But
yeah.
Chris has done a masterful job of not offending many people in his comedy. He has not been an offensive comic.
People
Think
don't.
about it. Can you remember the time where Chris? And Chris has touched on situations, like I said, him doing the whole politics thing. You know, people get offended.
Yes.
He is one of the only comedians I've seen to really be able to delve into some of the most sticky places and really not offend people.
You know, it's funny you say that. I'm trying to think now. I don't recall. You know, I hear them more about Cat Williams. You hear the Dave Chappelle's. Of course, Dave Chappelle is like, and Dave Chappelle stuff is actually really funny. But his comedy can be raunchy at times.
A lot.
But his storytelling is impeccable.
Really?
Right? Very, 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 very artistic the way he does his thing. I mean, you know, you're right. I don't know why that is. I'm surprised he didn't get, you know, he got a lot of backlash for doing the Oscars, but I don't in 2016 because people were trying to boycott it and people were like, oh, you sold out. You know, you should have he said, hey, listen, that's a little too deep. We got slow steps, baby steps on this one.
yeah. We gotta, you know, we want to come out here and at least be taken somewhat credible.
Facts. Facts. So let's, we got to take baby steps. But those who know, right?
That is crazy, man. That's deep. But I think it's interesting. So the reason why I brought up the humiliation ritual, because I think that it was very humiliating to Chris Rock.
Yes.
I think that.
Why though? That's why I think
some people are gonna feel now they a joke that nobody really cared about before. Now all of a sudden it's taking this whole totally different thing because she has a medical condition. I got a medical condition too. Shoot, nobody care about my medical condition. Not one bit.
No, they don't care about mine either. I got clowns.
Male. We need to bring male pattern baldness. Now this is the perfect platform to bring this.
Yes, absolutely, brother. Now you got me want to champion this. Somebody
tell that to my sister. She don't give a rat's ass about nothing we talking about.
The Milk Dud crew.
Listen,
And then, hey, and if you donate, you get a free milk dud in the mail. We're gonna send you some milk duds. Hey, listen. Hey, chocolate baldness
a
is
symbolic token.
Yeah, chocolate baldness is a real thing. And you know, again, no one felt sympathy for me. And I guess that's just the reality of it, man. But I do think if we're talking about the holiday ritual, the Hollywood rituals, humiliation tactics. Yeah, and the question is why they feel the need to humiliate Chris. And then you know, Will Smith, you know, it's a steep price you pay for success and fame when someone else is cutting the check. Anthony J says the same person who he needs to stand up to is the same person he was trying to please by slapping Chris. Living to please someone who's crushing your soul is why he feels like a coward. Saddest part is it's his fault. Oh man, Anthony J be dropping gems. Thank you so much for that super chat. You know what this reminds me of? The power of masochists, right? A masochist. You know, and for those who are familiar with masochism, I think it's masochism if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. But it is that desire, right? The pain brings pleasure. The pain brings pleasure. That's what this looks like. This is definitely a form of abuse, right? When you have a masochist, a person who is, you know, that you know, what they say, whips and chains, what they say, 50 shades of Jada, right? She probably got a brother tied up as we speak.
The gimp. Know? She got him in a gimp box.
Right.
Fiction gimp box. He got a little leather suit. And when he comes in, his kids say they do whatever they want to do.
He crawls in, right, on all fours, right?
Want to be a little boy. His son be acting like he want to be a little girl.
Sad, man.
She's walking around, you know what I mean, doing her whatever rituals or whatever that she got going on. Does she have the same level of respect for him that he has for her? I don't know. The Red Table stuff where she came out talking about how she's in love with this other dude, August. What does she have to lose in this relationship? She could do whatever she wants.
Yep.
And even though she makes money, let's not get it twisted. I'm guaranteeing that the house is in Will's name. I'm sure he's paying all of the bills.
Right.
His money's her money, and her money's her money too. Shoot, what she got to lose? She ain't letting him go nowhere.
No, he's done. He's done. And even if he does leave, she gets spousal support. So, you know, he might as well look what Jeff Bezos did, cut the check. That is a spirit of confusion. Let's talk about it. Listen, I ain't gonna dive too deep, you guys. I told myself for now I'm only do 3-hour streams.
But she's right though. Come on,
she is right. All right, let's take it. All right,
if I was Chris Rock, like I'm telling you right now, forget about the political correctness. All right, you know what I mean?
Right.
Forget about the civility. I'm going right back to being from Queens. You put your hands on me, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm about to roast you. Yep. I'm gonna roast your corny family, and I'm definitely coming with every bald-headed bitch joke in the book. All right, and now you can come up here and we can get it scrapping. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna have to shut it down, and y'all gonna be like, you know what? Chris Rock had that joke about black people and niggas. It's amazing that he ended up becoming a black person in this situation, and Smith acted like the nigga.
Let's talk about it. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you guys think Chris Rock should have laid in on him with the jokes? I think any other comedian would have gave him the business.
The business.
I'm just gonna imagine D.L. Hughley up there. He would have tore him out the frame. You know,
Will Smith got some suspect stuff. Like, come on, you was butt balls naked in a movie with a man. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you really was. You kissing a man in the mouth. We see you force yourself on your son in too many interviews. We've seen you force yourself on your son, kissing him on the mouth with the boy, kissing him away. I feel bad even looking at some of those interviews. I'm like, am I watching? What kind of abusive household these guys got going on?
It is abusive. I mean, you know, my thing is, you know, but this thing is we're starting to make this thing normalized, right? We're starting to normalize. The other day I saw Keith Sanfield in a dress and some stockings talking about embrace your feminine side. You know, you got Will Smith's son. Listen, we're not talking about people, you guys. We're making an observation, right? I want to say that because folks will come for me. We're making an observation. We have now his son saying, you know, I want to wear women's clothes. I want to dress like a lady. You know, it's sad. There's a lot of, Is it dysfunction? I don't know. What would you call that?
Well, let's put it into context for the people who are scared of the conversation where we're going right now. Now, I said before I started my disclaimer, I am not interested in political correctness. So you can put it all on me. I'm saying that if he would have put his hands on me, there would be no boundaries to which I would roast him. And then it would come away from the Oscars and you could say, hey, you know, Chris Rock is the bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, he put his hands on him and he gave him the business. And we got to shut it all down. They definitely would have to mute the mics after that.
Yes.
But I actually am so proud of Chris Rock for the way he handled himself. I'm so glad that he restrained himself. Because initially when he got smacked, if you look, he almost kind of balled up his right fist. You know what I mean?
Yes, he did. He did.
Like, you know what I mean? He caught himself. He looked around. He got his composure. And I'm glad he did that, to be honest with you, because that could have gone way left. When you put your hands on somebody, you cannot. It can go left.
He was going to lay in on him. He was going to lay in on him. Absolutely. He was going to lay in on him. And there was a lot that was going to happen. I want to show you guys this real quick.
Don't make me laugh, man.
And he got the chest hair out.
Come on.
Look at this.
You want people? This is what y'all want?
Look at the legs. Look at the legs. You can't make this up.
Y'all want to see me walking around in the street like that, y'all?
You can't make this up. You guys, ladies, take a look at this. Is this what you want?
That's the type of man that y'all want, ladies?
This is what they're promoting. This is what they want men to do right now. I need everybody to take a look at that.
They want them to look like that and then stand up for them at the same time.
This is what we are justifying. We want to create more of that. We want to feminize men. This is dangerous. You know, this is dangerous, you know, and so you know, what do you do, man? This is Keith. That is not for the ladies. Who is that? He's being a human. Don't judge. We're not judging anybody. You can do what you want to do. Don't try to force men or say this is something that we need to start embracing, because this is confusing children.
Yes.
Right?
I'm an avid educational background, and I want to let you guys know that there are cognitive levels of development. One of the basic elements of development, you're going to learn colors. Before you get to numbers and stuff like that, you have gender roles, a mommy and a daddy. Children know that their mommy has breasts, and you understand women have a different body type than a man. And it's creating confusion.
Yep.
A big confusion, which I think ultimately festers into people growing up and then having mental health issues. If I one day decide to say that I identify as a fish, and I say, don't call me as Quiz anymore, call me Shamu, my family might automatically realize that I'm dealing with some mental health issues.
Correct.
When I go see the psychologist and they tell me, no, you're normal, just keep on conducting your life as a fish. Do you see where that could maybe be problematic, to the point where eventually I decide that I want to kill myself because I cannot live successfully as a fish? People aren't identifying me the way I want to be identified. And I'm walking around saying things like I was born this way. So all of this stuff is creating a weird space. And I'm bringing this back to relevance to the conversation, for the fact that when we're saying that it is okay for you to walk on stage in the middle of somebody's set and smack them, especially when you're a knowledgeable entertainer yourself who actually knows the business.
Correct.
And a person doing something that they're not. Chris Rock did not do anything that was wrong. He didn't get up there and say anything about alopecia. He didn't say you bald-headed troll or anything like that. He made reference to a movie, and Jada happened to be wearing green and have a crew cut like the person, but he wasn't being malicious in the comment that he made. And when he said, don't keep your name out of take my wife's name out of your mouth, he said, I will. But he could have said that before he went and put his hands on him.
Yes.
He didn't have to put his hands on him. And if we're normalizing putting hands on people, when you have a disagreement, for example, somebody might not be as liberal as you are about, hey, let this person dress. They may see a dude walking around in stockings and in their spaghetti meat hanging out the top of their blouse, and just say, hey, you know what? This is offensive to me. I'm gonna smack the crap out of them. Now we all know that that's wrong, right?
Correct.
So we have to be at least consistent. Anyway, I don't want to get too moralistic because, like I said, I'm not trying to be politically correct, and I'm definitely not trying to be, Dr. Phil session or whatever. People can do whatever they want to do, but we have to also have restraint within ourselves to realize what's not acceptable. And polls coming back where a majority of people think it's acceptable to put your hands on somebody,
right,
because they said something to you. Rethink your situation. Think about the message that you're sending to your children.
There you go. There you go. You guys want to see why there's dysfunction in society? Look at what we're doing now and how we are co-signing on a lot of things. It's causing a lot of chaos. It's causing a lot of confusion. And this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a breakdown in moral values. We're seeing a breakdown in society. It goes hand in hand. When you start making concessions all the time to, I guess you could say, support people's feelings over logic, over what's right, it has an impact. It has a huge impact. It's that whole concept. Everybody's a winner. No, everybody's not a winner. They're losers. Everybody's pretty. No, everybody's not pretty. Well, some people we got to be real, right? We got to be real. Everybody's not a 10.
Right. And ladies, it's beautiful to be bald.
But if you
feel some sort of way about it, get a wig.
Yep.
And if you're walking around with a beautiful bald head and somebody makes mention of it, or somebody says, hey, Mr. Clean or something like that, brush it off.
Yeah.
We have to do it all the time as men. Trust me. It ain't going to kill you.
I think one of the issues I see is, ladies, if you see a man and some prosthetic hair, right? It looks horrible. Don't clown him. Don't disrespect him, right? Because that's a brother that's struggling. Women never get, no one complains when women make fun of men. You notice that?
Never.
It's never a big deal. When men are made fun of by women, they just say we're tough. We're supposed to, you guys, we have feelings too, right? Our feelings get hurt too. You have some brothers who can't let it go, right? I know some cats, you got some brothers out here who can't let it go. They just can't. They got to do something. I saw Jamie Foxx in a movie recently. He struggle scalp. He's trying to, I'm like, brother, cut it off, bro.
Something, a perfect example. Nobody had any remorse on LeBron James.
Woo! And
his hairline been falled off, and he got to be out there with no hat on his head for his whole career. I'm glad that he eventually, like what he's done this year, because I was like last year, I was like, LeBron, man, you need to come home, bro. Get yourself, cut it all the way down. You ain't got to go all the way ball, bro. But I mean, you got to at least come a grade above a Caesar. You know, right. What I mean? Even out that big ball patch you got in the back of your head, that's looking crazy. Right. But nobody cared about him. Think about how many years they've been roasting him. Look at Stephen A. Smith.
Woo, that brother. Matter of fact, let me pull it up real quick. Let me shout out to Ann Perry. She said the dumbing down of men, and that's sad. Yeah, it's true. Because someone said earlier in the chat that who's making these men do it? It's not women's fault. It's not that. It's not that anyone's forcing them. You guys, you just have to see how media works. People learn through images. There are smarter people than us who understand how to manipulate the minds of people, how to recondition, how to indoctrinate people. And it starts with imagery. Everything starts with imagery. You imitate what you see. And we're starting to make it okay for young boys to feel comfortable wearing women's clothes. There's a problem with that. And when you start doing that, you open up Pandora's box. What's happening is there's a lot of, I've seen a lot of Black women encouraging it, saying that it's okay. Listen, these are the same type of men you guys complain about when men are overly feminized. Think about what that does to families. This whole thing at the end of the day is an attack on family. And if the enemy wants to destroy family. If the enemy gets to the family, it gets to the root of the problem for the enemy, right? There's power in family. The Black community can't afford any more destruction of our families. This is why we are falling apart as a collective, because our families are weak. You You weaken the men. This was an age-old tactic. They did it from day one. They went after the man, separated the man, emasculated the man in front of the woman and the children. This is the same exact thing. It's just not done physically, right? But it's done mentally and psychologically. It still has the same effect, even though you might not interpret it that way. That is the conditioning that's happening on a subconscious level. And subconsciously, you cannot respect a man wearing woman's clothes. You will not respect him. Though you might see that, oh, he's embracing his feminine side. Yeah, but the respect is lost.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're on this, I'm sorry, there's a comedic element. My last name is Pryor, so you know what I mean? Believe me.
That's what's up.
Jokes anyway, right? So, I'm gonna step outside of our African American community for a second. I'm gonna go into the Caucasian community for just 1 minute here, because I was thinking about a family dynamic that was public that I thought was very interesting. When Jenner crossed over and became Caitlyn. I mean, the thing about it is, I've seen interviews where the girls were like, "Yeah, we knew about the two younger ones,
right?
Kylie and what is Kylie and
whatever her name is,
Jenner, whatever her name is,
yeah.
But Kendall. They were, yeah, you know, Dad was walking around wearing tights in the house, you know what I mean, when nobody was home and stuff like that. So I mean, they probably knew there was something up, you know what I mean. But it doesn't look like they lost respect for him. I think they probably gave it had to have been weird. I don't know. I couldn't deal with that. I don't know how I would be able to deal with that.
Yeah, but it's different when that's a loved one, right? So that's someone, I mean, that's a loved one. What are you that's different. You know, we're talking with a lady, with some of these ladies who are encouraging, would you date a man who's wearing your clothes? You know
these girls could say whatever they want in this chat. You know damn well.
I know.
You know damn well. That's the first red flag. Like, he want to wear a handbag, girl. You talk to that to your friend, like,
he picking out your clothes. Yeah, of course.
You know, women are competitive. They already competing with enough women. They ain't trying to be competing with the women and the homeboys too.
Facts. It's hard out here, man, for everybody. I mean, life is just, man, it's taking a weird turn, man. It's taking a weird turn. Man, listen, brother, I got to have you back up here, man. I got one more person in the back I'm going to bring up before I bounce, man. I appreciate the conversation, dude. You know, listen, make sure you hit the bell so you know I come up. I need you to come up here and so we can tag team these folks, man.
All right, bet. I'm going to leave you my email over here in the chat.
Yes, sir.
And anytime, just hit me up whenever you'd like me to come on, and I'll have no problem with it. Appreciate you, and looking forward to finding out more of your content. Definitely hit the notification bell.
I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, let me know what you think, man. Let me know what you think.
All right, now take care.
You too. You too. Great conversation. Let me bring up these super chats. Pound for pound. All of this gender confusion is slowly ushering in. Yes. Yes. For those who know, they know. You know, you guys, this is just a coordinated effort to just really, you know, very coordinated effort. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Ebony from Detroit. You can't heal and cope at the same time. This marriage is doomed if it doesn't kill William first. I know, man. And it's so sad. Someone mentioned earlier that Will Smith was such, like, he always represented, everybody looked up to him. I know all the men did, all the boys that grown up, you know, all my friends, everybody thought Will Smith was the coolest guy. I hate to see, you know, this situation. And I know we're not supposed to idolize actors and celebrities, but as a kid, it's the power of the influence. You know, I was a big fan of Bad Boys. Obviously, as a cop, I'm loving the movie. You know, Mike Lowry. Everybody want to be like Mike. Pow! Right? Like, you know, you remember these clips where we couldn't wait for Bad Boys 2, waited too long for Bad Boys 3. You know, so, you know, he's a great actor. People want to believe he's the same person on screen as he is off screen. You know, sad. It's very sad. And I hate that. You know, we lose people all too often because we just ignore certain signs. People can't get the help that they need or get the respect that they deserve, right? We never appreciate a person when they're alive. You know, unfortunately. Thank you for that super chat. Well said. I agree with you on that. What are you guys talking about in here? Let me roll through the chat real quick. Bring up Common Man real quick. Comment, how you doing, sir? Sorry for the wait.
Bro, man, what's up? How you been?
I've been good, brother. I've been good, man. I've been just trying to keep up with all the stuff. There's been so much going on, man. I've been so busy.
Yeah,
Just trying to.
I've been trying to get an appointment with you with Tony, man. He ain't got back to me yet, though. But we'll talk about that another time.
All right. Sorry about
and
that.
I told you, man, we started Scared Straight. I
yes.
told you, the guy, I was giving the guy who originally started the original one, the first movie, the first
That's
video
right.
you seen. Those are my friends that I hung out with back in the day.
That's right. Did you email me?
Yeah. Say it again.
Did you email me?
No. He just ain't really into it right now, but he'll get into it. I know how he is, though.
All right, that's what's up. What are your thoughts about this Jada Pinkett situation?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm one of the 50% that's with Will. Now, I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, you see, I'm old school. Okay, Will is the borderline new school. He's the new school before you. So Will is like, he's from my school, but going into your time. I'm the last generation baby boom. All right. So that's why I say, if you ever take a poll, you should put the age on it, and you'll see the difference in the split. You understand? Anybody that's in their 20s and younger, any between 20s and I would say 20s and 50 would probably agree with Chris Rock, or the saying that Will Smith was wrong. But anybody, let's say 50 and over, is gonna agree with Will Smith. See, we don't see this is the trick thing about the internet is we all on a computer at the same time. Though we all can communicate with each other at the same time. So when we talk to each other, we have to realize we're talking to different generations. It may seem like we're talking to the same generation, but it's not. Like, I'm 60. Like, how old are you?
I'm 36.
How old are you now? That's two almost 30 years apart.
Yep.
You see, so your outlook and your views on life is going to be totally different from mine. You see, now as far as Jada is concerned and Will is concerned, I say Will did the right thing because what I saw is something totally different from what you saw. What I saw as a 60-year-old is something totally different than you saw as a 36-year-old. You see, and by the way, Will Smith is 53. Will Smith is 53. Chris Rock is 57. So Jada's in there somewhere, like 55, 56, something like that. Right? So she's in that same generation toward the first generation, Generation X. Okay. Now, Will's actually from a tail end baby boomer perspective.
Okay.
You see what I mean? When Chris Rock got on Jada, okay, Jada had trusted Chris Rock not to get on her. See, because Chris and Will were supposed to be friends. But when Chris got on her, that hurt her. That hurt her bad. See, I don't care what y'all say about their relationship. That man loved Jada Pinkett, all right? So when Chris Rock got on her, that hurt her. Jada was alone at that time. She's like, nobody was there in that instant. You see what I mean? Right. So what Will Smith did what a man should do. He blocked the threat. He went up to the threat. He defeated the threat and came back to his woman. You see, now that's what a man's supposed to do. You understand? That's how I grew up. You see, now you say, now from your generation, you say he shouldn't have done anything. He should have just dealt with it in the hallway or whatever. All right, but that's not how I dealt with it. That's not how we deal with it in our generation. Because if it was me, I would have done the same thing. You see, when I saw her face, see, you're showing Jada as she looking at Will cursing him out. I see Jada saying, damn right, that's my man. All right. And if you mess with me again, he's gonna come there and kick your butt. You see, that's what I saw in Jada's face. But you saw Jada presenting a position of power. But no, Jada was standing by her man. Jada was taking pride in her man when she was looking at Chris. You see what I mean?
Right.
That's how you see. That's how we, like I said, we see things differently. You understand?
I think, yeah. some people, I think that's a very good way to look at it when you talk about breaking down the generations, because the generations bring a different mentality to a situation. So I don't disagree with that. I think what's interesting though is right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter where you fall on the timeline.
No,
right?
it's not. No,
No,
it's
you
not.
disagree?
I disagree. You see,
right.
because see, Will is coming from a time where if he had done nothing, he had to deal with people from my generation and his age and younger. I mean, his age and older. You see, he would have been seen as a punk. You see, because he would have been scorned by saying, "Yo, man, you didn't do nothing when Christy said that to your woman, man. You should have went up there and kicked his butt." You see, now your generation looks at it as if he did something wrong. That's why I said when I looked at your chats down there, and the woman said it's a 50-50 split. You see, that's where the generation split.
Right.
You understand? His generation, because I said that's why I said you should put an age on it. You understand? Because if you would know, because like Samuel Jackson said, he damn right he did the right thing. And but people his age, you know, people that's not his age, but people your age and up to like about 50 were saying Will should have, shouldn't face a situation like that with violence. See, I grew up facing situations, and so did Will. I grew up facing situations like that with violence.
Yes, but the problem is these aren't little boys on the school ground. These aren't a bunch of young teens on the street corner.
Again, you're talking to me from a perspective of your generation.
But
I saw two men up there who got into it. And you saying they acted like boys. Okay, that's from your perspective. From my perspective, as an elder, as a 60-year-old, I saw Will as a man get up and confront Chris as a man and deal with the problem. You see what I mean?
Okay, then let me.
That's a generational split, and
yes,
I'm
clear. I'm clear on the generation split. I'm saying though, I don't disagree with your logic and your position. I'm saying you're not accurate, and I'm gonna tell you why. We can't call them men, right, when they're influenced through immature actions. The action, no matter where it falls on the timeline, is not appropriate because of the setting. There's a time and a place. And even back in your generation, you have a grandparent and a parent say there's a time and a place. They'll also say it's not what you say, but how you say it. There is a clear distinction on proper behavior. Yes. Was a man, was this, hold on, pause. One second. Because I got to make this point clear. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're not accurate from the standpoint of this isn't no street kids. These are highly professional men. These are well-paid men that understand how vulnerable their situation is on national television. This is why someone from New York, Chris Rock, got slapped in the face and did not retaliate, right? Because he knows that I am a mature man. I have to be mindful on how I move and behavior and how I behave amongst people, on television. This is my job. I'm at work, right? Will Smith, one second. Will Smith knows his profession. He knows the lifestyle, and he's a celebrity. He has been insulted before. He's been tried before. What he did was he lost control of self. I'm not taking away the fact that he still has that Philly swag. He's still a man that's going to rep his and defend his. Yes, he is operating in a professional standing where he knows his behavior matters. He cannot go putting his hands on people simply because they made fun of him or his wife. He lost control.
That's your opinion for the time. See, I'm from a school where gloves come off. You see what I mean? See, that's
but where do they come off?
Oh, Nathan, let me tell you, okay? I understand exactly what you're saying.
Right.
See, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
No,
okay?
I agree with what you're saying.
I'm over 20-something years older than you. Listen. I understand what created your thought and your logic. Because I was my generation was a part of creating your thought and your logic. But we're not talking about your generation. We're talking about my generation. Okay, my generation told Will Smith was logical, sensical. That talked to Will Smith, told him to get up and handle his business. Gloves off. It didn't make no difference what was going on. See, that's my generation. Okay. You understand?
Yes,
listen,
I understand that.
Now I'm going to explain to you. Your generation. Your generation says they're two adults. They should not have conducted themselves in that manner. He should have just laughed it off, and then perhaps went after the show, and Will should have went up and talked to him about what he did to Jada. Okay, and then they should have resolved the issue that way. That's your generation way of doing things. You see, but that's not how I was. So I understand you. I understand exactly what you're saying. But Will was dealing with somebody who's also in his generation. Because Chris is only 57. You're not Chris. Yeah, Chris is 57. Will is 53. You see, so they dealt with it from a perspective of their generation. It's just that your generation saw them in your generation's eyes. You understand? It's like that guy you just showed with the skirt on and stuff like that. That would have never happened in my generation, because we wouldn't have let it happen. You understand?
I disagree. You guys,
no. Yeah, but they were secretive. That's why they
weren't. Listen, that's not true.
How you telling me? I was there. You wasn't even born yet. I was there.
Okay. How old is Prince?
Prince would be 50. No, he's like 58.
Okay. And how old are you, sir?
Wait. He older than
How old are you?
I'm 60.
Okay. What about Rick James?
Rick James is he would be about 70, about 75, something like that.
Okay. And these gentlemen were they leaned very hard on their feminine when these outfits, right?
But they didn't dress like women. They put a feminine ideology into their costumes, but it wasn't no skirts and bras and all that stuff. But I'm not talking about that. We're talking about Chris and Will.
All right.
Okay. When Will looked at Jada, he saw her. He saw a woman. He saw his woman that was by herself. She was alone, and she felt ganged up on. You see, so Will had to do something.
He lost control.
Listen. He looked at his woman saying,
Common man. Pause 1 second, brother. Pause 1 second. Let me pause you for 1 second. All right. Because the problem with your logic, the men of old still behave the same way today, right? The men of today still behave like the men of yesterday, right? So again, this isn't something that has been lost from the past, right? What we're talking about is people acting out immaturely, people who can't handle their emotions. This is very consistent all throughout the number line. So what I'm saying to you is you had men back in your day who would not have handled it that way. And proof to the point, because a lot of people in the chat are disagreeing with you who are your age are saying they disagree. So let me read this super chat real quick. Let me read this chat real quick. Anthony J says, with all due respect to the caller, I disagree. I'm not a moral relativist. This is clear-cut wrong. Tit for tat games never end well, and you only stop by not playing them. And again, you guys, a lot of people, common man, a lot of people are disagreeing with you. I haven't found any one person that is agreeing with what you're saying. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying you're not accurate. You're not accurate. Let's see. Let me see. They're saying you're wrong. Who else is saying? Put a 1 in the chat If Common Man, we're not gonna say he's wrong. He's inaccurate, right? He's inaccurate. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe he is inaccurate, because there's some truth to what he's saying, but we're talking about grown men, right? Grown men who's at work, grown professional men who were millionaires. Millionaires. We're not talking about little dusty boys on the side of the street corner having an argument, trying to defend their pride, right? That's not what we're talking about. Because men of today will act just like the men of yesterday. We're talking about men who are mature, men who understand what they have to lose. What you saw was Will Smith, right? If this was real, he lost himself in the moment and he talked about what it was. You know, we got Uno here. We got one. We got one. Someone said, telling young people to fight is stupid and irresponsible. This person said, Bambi said, I'm 58 and this man is wrong. You know, Common Man, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're not accurate. I'm saying you're not accurate. What else do you?
I agree. Okay. This is like I said.
All right.
This guy here, what's his name? Bambi. He's 58. I said it before. My generation created your thought pattern. This is one of the people from my generation, okay, that created who you are today. Okay, I don't agree with that personality, with that mentality. But that mentality is what rules today. I'm not. Right. You can say I'm right from my perspective. From my generation came up from my fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers' generation. Your generation came up from me, from my generation, and people like this Bambi here that created this ideology that if we change things, we can make it better if we teach things differently. And it's not making it any better. You see what I mean? It's not. See, you guys are growing up in a whole different. You're growing up in a whole different world. You're thinking that if you be kind and generous and polite and respect each other, that everything's gonna turn out right. That's fine, because that's what people in my generation taught you. You're my kids. Okay? I swear to God, you're my kid. Okay? My daughter is 41. Okay, so you're my kid. All right. But it's the same respect as if I would never teach my daughter thinks like you do. She said I was wrong. But
yeah, because
age, look, even in the stars, they say that I'm right. And I agree with them, and we agree with each other. We agree with each other.
All right. So we'll Common Man, you make a good point. You make a good point. You made some good points. And I appreciate everybody in the chat for joining in and giving their points. James 2774 said, I'm 47 and you're still, you say he's still wrong. But listen, I digress.
Yeah, he's a baby.
Yeah, well, no, he's a girl. I
know, but in my opinion, he's a baby. He's a child. You see what I mean?
He ain't a child. That's a grown man.
By the time he was 10 years old, I was offered into the army in the world before he even got out of grade school.
Tanya said, I mean? All right, Common Man. I appreciate it, brother. Listen, you always welcome to come up, man. I always enjoy your wisdom.
I'm saying, I know it may sound kind of controversial, but honestly, to be honest with you, like I said, this Will Smith thing, this Will Smith and Chris Rock thing is totally gonna be a total generational split. As I said, that girl that came up before and said it's almost a 50-50 split. Okay, right. It's gonna be my generation who's gonna agree with Will Smith. It's gonna end the generation that we created, my generation created, which is you, are gonna say that they were wrong. That Will Smith was wrong. Or the people from my generation created gonna say the people that Will Smith was wrong. And you can look at it over and over again, and you'll see that the numbers will always be split down the middle or damn near it. It'll be like maybe 47-53, or where where they'll say Will Smith is right, or it'll be 53-47 where they'll say Will Smith is wrong.
Right.
See, like I said, we're at a period in time where we're all communicating with each other. You understand? So
Agreed.
I mean, like how you see things and how we see things. Like I can listen to you, but I know you are what I created. You are what my generation created. You understand? You are what my generation. You and your thought pattern, how you think, how you feel, are what members of my generation created. You understand? We
You
did
know,
that.
and someone would argue that you guys did a horrible job at passing the baton, but I digress.
No. I agree with you on that too, because we men who think like me didn't have control of it at the time. It's the ones that think like the Maxine Waters and the ones who think like the liberal less conservative, the left side. They took charge. Okay,
Right.
they gave you who you are today. When I was younger, we were more on the conservative side. You see, but when during the let's say it was the 80s, when they started you guys, when the liberals started taking over, they created you. You see what I mean? They created who you are. Like this lady, she said, I'm she's 60, okay?
Listen, common man, you know,
I was just talking.
I appreciate you, brother. I'm about to rotate you out. You know, you dropping this history gems right now.
Hey, no problem.
But listen, I appreciate you.
Like I said, I'm not gonna be. I'm not angry.
Nah, you good. You're good.
You have a lot of liberal thinking young people who follow you. You see, there are lots of liberal people and liberal thinking older people who follow you.
I think I have a good. I have a good mixture.
I was just gonna say it. Me, I'm centered.
Okay.
I'm centered because I agree with a lot of things that go on today. You know that where I don't believe that people should fight in the street anyway. I think they should resolve it. But I still believe that men should be men and stand up and protect their women. I still believe that. I don't believe that a woman should have to stand up and fight for herself. See, we was marketed in the 70s and early 80s. Our code was we put the women in the center and all the men stand on the outside as we march. So in case something jumped off, we protect the women. You see what I mean? But today I see women in your generation. I see women in the front. That would have never happened in my generation. We wouldn't allow the women to get in the front.
Well, that's a deeper conversation, definitely for another time, because that can be deep. Listen, brother, I appreciate you coming up. All right, so just jump on when you see me back on again, man. I appreciate you.
Ain't no problem, man.
All right,
I'll get back with you next time.
Yes, sir.
I'm watching though.
I know you there. All right, brother. Peace out. Shout out to Common Man. Chemo got it clear. Yeah, we're picking up those pieces, that bad baton that was passed. You know, we're dealing with that. I mean, shout out to them, the boomers. They had a lot going on back then. Jesus Christ. You know, what if someone says Shady Pines? Y'all have me cracking up. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. At the end of the day, nothing justifies violence, especially with words. There was no real threat to Will Smith or Jada. You know, I didn't even get the joke originally, guys. I had to do research to find out what the joke was really supposed to be about. It was all unnecessary. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. So Chemo said 47-year-old man is a child. Yeah, that's what I said. That's definitely not a child. Why can I hear you actually saying that? And your picture, the picture you got on your avatar is hilarious. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Ladies, you're wrong. Yeah, y'all are worse than me. You guys, I'm working on my patience. I tell myself if I do this, I got to have the patience of a monk. I'm reading some of these comments. Y'all are off the chain. I can't even put some of these up on the screen. Okay, Boomer. Yeah. Common Man's a good man. Yeah, he's good. He's good people. Oh, man. It was a G.I. Jane joke. Yo, shout out to Nezuko on the screen for all my anime fans. All my anime fans, shout out Benarita with the Nezuko avatar. Shayla like tired. What you guys up to before we close out? What's going on? What's going on, you guys? What's for dinner? Where you guys at in the chat? Let me get to know y'all a little better. Where y'all at? We're gonna close this down. I'm just curious. Listen, if you're here, please subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed, you guys, before we close out, we do a final please subscribe call. I promise we have a good time over here. You see how entertaining the chat is. We have really good in-depth conversations. Shout out to the my guest today that came up on the screen. I always urge people to come up. You don't have to show your face if you don't want. My only rule, though, is if you want to debate me on something, that you have to show your face. I always tell people, put your words where your face is, right? Sometimes people get a little too comfortable these days, not showing their face. But before we close out, you guys, where you calling from? What's for dinner? What you guys eating on tonight? I'm about to get in the kitchen and whip up something. The Common Man, he can't stop. He said, listen, it's from I made G.I. Jane from my generation. It was about a woman in Desert Storm. Shout out to Common Man. He got the Frederick Douglass avatar, you guys. Make sure y'all shout him out when you see him in the comments. He's been a big supporter of my channel. He's been here since my little starting point. He said East Point ATL. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. ATL in the building. If you hear from Atlanta, shout out. I'm here in Atlanta too. Shout out to ATL, East Point. ATL starting to look like Gotham City, y'all. It's looking rough. It's looking rough out here. To my new members, for me, Terry, where you from? Where you from? What you guys eating tonight? I had some salmon waiting for me. Some salmon and some rice. I don't got no vegetables. Just subscribed twice. That's what's up. Thank you so much for your support, you guys. Listen, you guys. Oh, Illinois. I got family in Illinois. Okay. On the south side. I got family up there on the south side. So shout out to Illinois. If we got any more Illinois folks in the building. I see Texas. Listen, shout out to Texas. I'm actually thinking about going out there to watch this boxing match. You guys, I'm a big boxing fan. Errol Spence is boxing Yordanis Ugas, if anybody familiar with boxing. So I plan on flying out there. That's my plan. Hopefully get out there in April. Yeehaw. Love me some Texas. Okay. So shout out to the Texas. I've been one time to Texas. It was so damn hot. I swear my eyelashes were burning in the heat. My eyeballs were dry. I must have came in the worst time. We have some folks from the Tennessee area. You know, they got that little country area over there too. Tennessee. Shout out. Grilled salmon and asparagus. Shout out. Okay, we got another ATL in here. ATL is looking crazy, right? ATL crime is off the chain for those who live in ATL. I'm in bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Where you at? 3 o'clock in the morning. Benita, where you at? Where you watching from? You must be overseas. 3 o'clock in the morning. I was thinking coming on. Shoot, come on real quick before I shut it down. YK2 FM radio. Come on up. Oregon in the building. I haven't been to Oregon before. Welcome, Oregon. ZA. Come on now. ZA, what's ZA? You got to put the whole country on there. Dinner, baby. Common Man, a.k.a. Will Smith in disguise. Brooklyn in the house. Brooklyn. Plant-based pizza. We got some vegans in the house. Listen, you know, we got a vegan spot out here people love called Slutty Vegan. They swear by it. London, mates. Yes, London. Good old-fashioned London. I was out there. Very interesting place. I like London. Shout out to London. I love the fact I got people from other countries here, you guys. I am an avid traveler. I love to travel. It's one of my loving pastimes. Italy. Got to go out there. The food's amazing. The food's better than France, I heard. Definitely better than London, right? London has its dishes. France dishes were okay. They kind of lacked some seasoning, I thought. Shout out to Italy. Albie Belt. Shout out to Italy. I have some friends that live in Italy. Awesome, funny people. I just enjoyed conversations with them. I love the way Italians talk. I'm a big fan of Maniscalco. He's a comedian, and he's Italian. His family's Italian. He's Italian. Love his jokes. If you guys are familiar with him, we just winding down, you guys. We're winding down. Let me know where you're from. Shout out to all my international followers, you guys. Listen, on your way out, hit the subscribe button. Welcome to the channel, you guys. Welcome to the channel. Please check out my content. I have a lot of crazy conversations. I really focus on deep topics, a lot of Black empowerment issues, a lot of issues involving law enforcement, how to repair law enforcement, some reform issues that we need to really talk about. I break down court cases. I break down body cameras with police, and I let people ask the questions. Deep dives into a lot of these issues. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. Los Angeles. Shout out to Cali. Cali's turning into Gotham City too, right? I took the link down. You took the link down? What link? Oh, you want to come up real quick? Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link back. If anybody want to come up real quick, say some final 1-2s. Anybody discuss Lunell Campbell's comments? What did he say? What am I making? Salmon, with some lime. Throw some seasoning in there, and that's already made. I'm gonna add a little, spruce it up. So Will would never slap a white man. Yeah, exactly. I don't think he would have, but you never know. But if it's a ritual, then they're gonna make sure they put the right people in place. My homeboy just jumped in. Let me run through here real quick, Dre. All right, India Williams, shout out to Detroit. Baked tilapia and veggies. Yo, y'all out here cooking. My homeboy Dre be cooking too. Chef Draysky. Y'all, he be dropping some food on his Instagram. I'll be getting a little jealous. I burned some food the other day, you guys. I actually can cook. I just be so busy. Turkey burgers. All right, Charlene, with the turkey burgers. I need to see that. You guys, if you follow me on Instagram, listen, I am a foodie. You guys, if you follow me, I post food stuff all the time. Show me your food. I want to see what your food looks like. I'm going to subscribe now. Yes, Benarita, subscribe. Where are you from, Ben? It's talking about 3 a.m. Where is that at? Where are you at? 3 a.m. I saw ZA. What is ZA? Anybody? What is ZA? Overseas? Only countries with a Z that I can think of. Zimbabwe. And that's it. Any other countries? Dre, any other countries that start with a Z? Dre shaking his head like, nope. I don't know. All right, we got turkey burgers, the DMV. Shout out to the DMV. My man Von Sanders. My homie Dre from the Brizzox. He out here in Atlanta with me, trying to save lives out here, crushing crime. Miami, welcome to Miami. Send me a plate. You better yet deliver it, right? What you want, Linus? You one of my day ones. What you want, Linus? I got you. Oh, we got Mississippi. Shout out to Mississippi. Carne asada, fries and greens. Carne, so meat and fries. Veronica Diallo. I know a little bit of my Spanish. Let me bring up some folks real quick. As I'm scrolling through, you guys drop what you're cooking tonight, and then your location. Hey, and then on your way out, if you gotta go, you gotta bounce. We're closing this thing down. Hit the subscribe button, you guys. Join the channel. Honey Chocolate. I like that name. Where you calling from? Uh-oh, we got a double one. Hello, hello, honey chocolate. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Your audio, I think. Your audio, your audio. Honey chocolate, what you got? Dre said Zaire. Honey chocolate from Arizona. Hey, I can't hear you. Hey. Honey chocolate, I'm gonna bring you down and I'm gonna drop off and then jump back in, honey chocolate, so I can bring you up because I can't hear you. Let me see. I'm gonna kick you from the studio, honey chocolate, and then just come back up. Let me see where we at. We got someone from Texas again. Oh yeah, shout out to the enchiladas, rice, beans, and homemade tortillas. Man, y'all making me stupid hungry. Yeah, shout out to the Texans. We got 2 Texans in the chat. Listen, hit the subscribe on your way out, you guys. I want a G.I. Jane laughing and slapping tour. Oh yeah, laughing and slapping tour. Listen, someone's gonna make a joke out of this. People are not gonna. I see comedians and celebrities going on this. Rochester, New York, Giovanni John Madania. Shout out, brother. Shout out. I get along really good with people from New York. We just mesh really well. New subscriber, much respect, Jody Southworth. Thank you so much, Jody. Thank you so much, Jody. She said Gotham, the Thrifting Channel. Shout out to the Thrifting Channel. Looking forward to doing some work with her and her thrifting adventures, right? Listen, from New Mexico, Tacos on Tuesday. Shout out to Taco Tuesday. Who else got Taco Tuesday? Our brother earlier had enchiladas. So shout out to Jan Juan. Yes, with Taco Tuesday. Honey chocolate. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Damn. Honey chocolate, you might as well cam up now. Shoot. Oh, there we go.
Oh my God. Can you hear me or not?
I can hear you good now. Okay, honey chocolate. What's going on? We got India. Oh, your audio's coming out. You might as well put the camera on, honey chocolate, at this point. We can read lips. We can read lips. Shout out to Boston. Shout out to Boston. Indy, not India. Honey chocolate, you there? Oakland, Cali in the building. That's what's up. That's what's up. Some old stumping grounds. Said I'm 61 and yes, my time being macho was being masculine but not intelligent. This is true. It's one of the biggest problems a lot of us had growing up. You know, trying to focus so much on trying to prove ourselves that we end up becoming a problem, right? Shout out to that. Why is that wrong? Why was the movie G.I. Jane wrong? Nobody can articulate. I didn't see anything wrong with the movie. I thought the movie was good. I remember watching it. We got another Tennessean in the house. I heard they're building up some Black Wall Street up there. You know, up in Tennessee. I heard they're doing some big things. Honey chocolate, what's going on with your audio? Damn. Honey chocolate sounded real cute too, and she just disappeared on us. She's probably trying to jump in on her phone. It's hard to jump in on these streams on the phone if you don't have a really strong connection. Every comedian that insulted should have come up on stage. That's right. I've heard worse jokes. I've heard blatant jokes directed towards people's disabilities and things like that. Shout out to Hawaii. He got the katakana up on the screen. Arius. Yo, I live in Hawaii, the far, far east. Man, that's one of my trips I'm trying to go on to Hawaii, you guys. I've been to Japan, loved it, fell in love with the place, and haven't been to Hawaii. Shout out to the katakana gang. Those who know. Hey, appreciate you, brother. For man, what's for dinner out there? Man, I heard food is stupid expensive in Hawaii. And how you guys handling with the COVID stuff? You know, being on the island out there, you guys should be straight. So shout out to you, brother. Thank you for watching. Hope I earned your subscribe tonight, you guys. I hope I earned your subscribe. Detroit is in the house. Yeah, y'all out here deep tonight. Virginia, Hawaii. Dwayne, you in Hawaii? Shh, y'all gotta let me take a trip. I have to maybe take a trip to Hawaii. Shout out to another Texan, Calvin Rodriguez. Shout out, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, so this, G.I. Jane was based on a true story. Wisconsin, sexy, sassy, sweet as me. Okay, Wisconsin. Greensboro, Greensboro Alfredo and corn. What does that look like? Where the meat at? Noodles and noodle Alfredo with some corn in it. I'll do it. I rock with it. Brookhaven, Atlanta. Shout out to Brookhaven. Shout out to Atlanta. We got another Atlantine in the building, aka Gotham City, right? I got a special video I'm about to do on Atlanta crime. They ask for more police, more patrol. Oh, Holland. Listen, I've been to Holland. Beautiful country. Beautiful country. The people were awesome. So shout out to Holland. Ronaldo, shout out to you, brother. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Join, subscribe on the way out, you guys. Illinois again back in the building. Spicy chicken McDonald's. Shout out to Mickey D's. You know, I haven't had McDonald's in about 20 years. 20 years. Atlanta hitting with the Taco Tuesday. Shout out to Atlanta again. My brother Shalif, he said, yo, Taco Tuesday, shrimp curry. All right, I'm with it. The Bay Life, Cali in the building. Yo, I gotta go to Hawaii. Gotta go to Hawaii. Peace out, Veronique Diallo. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Peace out, y'all. Take care. Good night, you guys. Good night. Born outside of Chicago, San Diego. This is fun. I like the live show. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you being here. Detroit in the building. Again, shout out to Tennessee. Close to SCL. What else we got? Hot and humid. Memphis in the building. Shout out to Memphis. Again, Tennessee. Come to Miami. I might have to come to Miami. I might have to come out there. Let's see. Who else we got? I'm scrolling through. Dolsky. Facts. Southeast Virginia. South Africa. Okay. I think that's what Dre dropped in. He said, is it Zaire? Is that in Africa? Let me see. The one that you dropped, Dre. Let me see. Zaire. South Africa. Yes. Welcome to the channel. And you guys, you know, I wanted to go visit South Africa. Well, I was going to visit Africa, the continent in general, and then 3 a.m. in the Netherlands. Yo, I appreciate you staying up for us as we winding down. 3 a.m. in Paris, 8 p.m. there in Texas. Yo, I love it. Yeah. Yep. Zaire. That's right. Where else? Who we got? France in the building. Je m'appelle Nathan. Za. Yes, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Visit Oregon. You'll love it. I'll visit Oregon. Absolutely. Canada's on my list as well. It's spring break. Shoot. Good night. All right, Nigeria in the building. Shoot. Yo, I got them all over you guys. Thank you guys so much. Listen, you know, hit the subscribe on the way out, you guys. Hit the subscribe on the way out. I really, really appreciate all of your support. I really appreciate you guys. Where else we at? Where we at? On morning breakfast, whole wheat bread, avocado, and baked egg plus smoked bacon with a glass of carrot juice. Woo! Okay. You cook all that? I need to know. I need to see what some of these photos look like that y'all cooking. Meals around the world. I would love if I had a job where I could travel the world and just eating food. I'm such a foodie, man. Shout out to New Zealand. No Z, it's S. Zaire. Look, I'm learning language 101 out here at Language with Officer Daly, right? Seattle, Washington, lemon water is fasting today. Yeah, shout out to the fast. I'm right behind you. I had to make one the other last week. I had lemon water and apple cider vinegar. South Africa, Swaziland. Yo, I need to go to Africa so bad. I'm so ready. And the time I was ready to go, COVID took off and did its thing, and kind of made it difficult. But that is my next plan, to go to the continent. I want to spend a month out there and just kind of, my plan is to go to South Africa and then hit all the countries, at least the majority of them counterclockwise. Someone said, am I married? Nope. Nope. Not married. Let me see. Every comedian about to go in on. Yeah, every comedian is gonna go in on Will and Jada. Absolutely. So I'm waiting on the Dave Chappelle. Yep. Feed the belly and forget Will and Jada and Chris. You're right. I am. It's so cool to kind of just. I love seeing where all my subscribers are from. I think it's so dope. I think it's so dope coming through here and being able to have people from all over the world be a part of a conversation. I'm so big on communication, and I'm not perfect. I trip up on some words and things at times, but I think it's so cool that we get a chance to be connected and share the world through our eyes. I think it's beautiful. See you later, Grace. I appreciate you guys. So much tonight. Let me see who else we got. Who else in here? Daughter of Yah, one of my day ones. What else y'all talking? I'm trying to get to the end. ATL crime is the same as Miami crime. Yeah, y'all criminals a little bit different though. Our criminals up here are stupid. At least the criminals in Miami, they're more purposeful with their actions. But crime is crime nonetheless. Where are we at? I'm trying to get to the end of the chat. Okay, I made it. Common Man said he's from New Jersey. Yes, sir. Brother said he's from old school Jersey. Kansas City, Missouri. Chiefs Kingdom Pizza. How's the pizza out there in Kansas, D. Nicole? Hey guys, have an amazing night or morning. Stay blessed and keep safe. Y'all are amazing. Yes. Thank you so much. Again, good night to you guys. I'm bringing up my homeboy real quick. Dre. Yo, Dre, you caught me at the tail end.
I've been in there the whole time listening to
everything. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. Pizza in Kansas.
Yo, I didn't see the link because then I was like, nah, I really don't even want to touch this whole Jada and Will thing because
facts. Say no more.
You know what I do.
Yeah.
And he exhibits trauma.
Yep.
He exhibits stress, and he needs some help.
Yep.
Jada got them nuts in the vice.
Woo, vice grip.
Yeah.
Vice grip. Yeah.
And that's what that was. That look was that.
Yep. Nutcracker.
What's going on, Charlene? How you doing, sweetheart?
Yes.
But it's
Yeah, this is it's deep, man. Yes, to India. Hold on. Okay. Alana, welcome to my channel. I think I want to see you might be the first person from India. So now you're like a super special guest. All of you guys are my special guests. You're the first that I think I've come in contact with from India. So I love it. I actually want to go to India. I want to go to Sri Lanka. Because again, I love traveling. I heard the food is amazing. Heard the people are amazing. I have some Indian friends. After my accident, some of my neighbors were Indian, and the whole community was bringing me food to my place, and they saw the accident on the news, and they knew, I would go outside after work in uniform, and I would play with the kids. Some of the kids were from India. They were here on work with the family and things like that, and so they've never seen, or I guess have had that interaction. So I would be outside playing with the kids and things like that. So I love my community. And again, I have some friends who are from India. And again, my community, I have a lot of community members who are Indian, and you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. So much love, so much love, so much support. Funny, love to talk, love to have jokes and yeah, very sweet people. I love you guys, and so thank you. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. I said they were bringing me food, Dre, home cooked meal.
Hey,
hey, Officer Daly, do you need anything? You know, at the time I was slinged up, jacked up.
Yeah.
You know, I said, you know, you need food? I said, yes. Food is always appreciated. Man, I was getting fed every day. They were bringing food by all kind of stuff.
Look, you know I'm different. I'm like, what? Do you think there's Meals on Wheels, bro? Hey, man.
Meals on Wheels.
You got the limp over here, buddy. This ain't no soup chicken.
Yeah, man. So I love people, man. Go ahead, bro.
I got some news for you.
All right.
So this past week, I ran into, I spoke to you over the phone. I ran into one of our boys, and he wants to do, he wants to come over to the crib and, you know, spark up the grill and have some brews. So you know you're always welcome.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just let me know the date, man. I gotta travel out, possibly this weekend, and then a couple dates next month. Well, definitely trying to, man, if I can go to Texas and get this boxing match, I really want to go there. So I'm gonna see, man. I'm gonna see if I can make it out that way. But yeah, just let me know.
I'm trying to do a solo trip to either Belize or Costa Rica. Not even Costa Rica. Yeah,
Belize
or San Jose. Yeah, go to San Jose, Costa Rica, or Belize.
Yeah. Belize sounds like the move. When I was in Peru, I loved it.
What part?
Peru.
Lima?
I was in Lima. I was in Cusco, and where else did I go? Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Cusco, but I loved it, man. Loved it. Belize is nice.
Shayla, yeah, you can't go.
You're right. We'll send you pictures, Shayla. We'll send you pictures.
Facts.
But yeah, bro, this has been an interesting conversation. It was a good stream. We had some good insight. I'm glad I jumped on. And I don't get a chance to really have these conversations just one-on-one with the subscribers. So this was really dope. Should have said whatever. So it's cool. It's cool. You know, I really appreciate just the support, man. People just tuning in. I mean, just tuning in alone means so much. I think this is the one of the biggest streams I've had. And
you already hit 8,000. You're going on.
Did I?
Yes, you're over 8,000.
Oh shit, you lying?
Dead ass.
Oh snap! Oh snap! Yo,
congratulations.
Okay. Didn't see that coming. Hey. Yo, listen, everybody who hit the subscribe button on the way out, for real. Listen, God bless. I really appreciate you guys. I did not see that coming. I just did a 7,000 video. Yo, come on. Listen, the game plan is, my plan is to hit 10,000 before my mom's birthday. It's May 9th. So that is my mission. That's why I'm like really hustling. I'm going to be hustling the next couple of weeks leading up to May. I want to hit 10,000 before my mom's birthday. She's always watching me. You know, one day I came to visit my mom. She had me playing on her TV. You know, I thought that was so dope. You know, so yeah, my dad would be watching me, but he don't know how to work the internet. So I'm always trying to tell him, I say, hey, you got to watch. He said, I don't know how to pull up YouTube.
Look,
you know,
I'm over here trying to transfer all my information from my new phone, my old phone to my new phone.
Oh yeah, you know the new thing now. You just leave them next to each other and do it by itself. It's crazy how much
technology
is. Yes, let's go 10,000. Yes, we're going 10,000 from before Mama's birthday, right? Shout out to the super moms out there holding it down. Yeah. You guys, I'm so excited. You guys, I was at like 7,000. I'm at 8,200. Man, bring it on. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to listen. You guys might not know. This is Dre. This is the man behind the scenes. You know, working the magic. You know, me and him. We started law enforcement together. Awesome guy. You'll see him in a lot of my streams. I always say he is the sharpener to the sword that you guys see today in front of you. So Man, it's full of wisdom. Yeah. Listen, we on our way to 10. We on our way to 10. Hold up. Get it. Yeah. All right. On our way to 10, baby. On our way to 10. Woo, feels good. It feels good. It feels good.
Truth be told, as you see, yes, I'm a cop. No, I'm not a cop anymore.
He's not a cop. He's still
law enforcement.
He's still part of the criminal justice system, though.
I'm a domestic violence sexual assault investigator for the district attorney's office.
Facts. Listen. Yes. Shout out to Dre. Listen, we're out here keeping people safe and making sure, everybody's treated equitable, right? Fair across the board. We need more people and more Black people in these positions of power, right? In these influential positions to keep things balanced, So you guys, when you see officers and people who are doing this work, please uplift them. Please give them words of encouragement. It's not easy. May 9th, I'll be 65. Woohoo! Shout out to you, Text 43. It's a blessing, brother. Blessing to be alive. Blessing. It's my mom's birthday, so shout out to you. Happy early birthday. Make sure you subscribe, Text 43, so we can celebrate together.
Bro, I am happy for you. After the conversation we had the other day, this is a testament.
Yeah.
Yes, very true. A testament that folks really want to learn and really understand.
Yes.
And it's all about your presentation. The fact that you keep it real when when officers do wrong, you exploit it. When they do right, you explain it. This is why. It goes to show you that we're not a lost community. We want to learn.
We want to learn.
Know what I'm saying? And like I told you, stand on my shoulders all day and scream to the loud of the mountaintops. I got your back, Playboy.
Facts, brother. I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. You wasted no time, man. When I first started this journey, man, you got behind it. And you expressed the interest in making sure that it's a success. And so I appreciate you, having faith, right? Having faith. And so I appreciate that, man. It's don't get me on here crying, man. Yeah, I'm the sensitive one. I'm the one that's, I'm the one I'm emotionally responsible. Yeah, that's true. Listen, we're bigging up the positive side right now. Mm-hmm. All people, man, all people. The problem is human nature is the problem. This has nothing to do with color. I'm trying to teach and educate my community, our community, that it's not about race. It's not, everything isn't about race. Sometimes we're just bad people in positions of power. Sometimes it's just that simple. But unfortunately, our community sometimes can see everything as race and end up missing the big picture. And if you focus so much on race, then you can't solve the real issues that could really bring about the real change, And so that's kind of what it is. And that's why I bring people on my channel who have specific skill sets and insight into the profession, like myself, like Dre, who can tell you what actually goes on behind the scenes and then break it down in a way to where you see the truth, right? And we're not falling on or relying on fear mongering to get us in our feelings to a point to where we're not thinking logically. So I just say, yeah, race is always going to be a factor, but race is a social construct, So if you take race out of it, then what is it? Right? Because if you take the same energy over to Africa, you can't say black supremacy is a problem. It's going to be classism, tribalism. Race is a factor. The ignorance of people is a problem, not race. The ignorance for a person to sit and think that a person's color of their skin actually, makes them this way or that way. That's the pure ignorance of a person.
Because I think I told you the story when I was in New York. I was working for in high school, working for this advertising firm, and my boy who got me the job, the summer internship. He was bringing in mad dough.
Yeah.
And I sat down there and watched a white man treat another white man like he was broke.
Yep.
Because he made a comment to the black man. He said, "Look, when you bring me in $2.3 million, then maybe I even want to know your name. But when you address this man here, you address him by his first name." I was like, damn. He said, now you can. I was like, and then he turned to me and he was like, young man, I'm gonna tell you like this. Are you from New York? I said, yes, I am, sir. Racism in New York is green. It ain't black and white.
There you go.
Racism and racism. He's the one that put me on to what racism really is. He said, racism is green. It's about money. Can I financially benefit from you? Now, granted, yes, it don't look right that I'm making money off of your friend, but he's contributing. He's getting his.
Right.
You know, and at any time, what I give him is invaluable. I give him knowledge. So he can eventually go off and do his own thing.
Right.
That would be an asset, you know what I'm saying? But what you have to understand is you can't let your dream of what you want to do stop you because you think this other race here has something over you. If you have a skill set, embrace it, nurture it, build it, and utilize it. Don't sit on it. There's nothing worse than wasted talent. And I was like, damn, this white dude dropping some gems on my ass. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm still friends with him. You know what I'm saying? Peter Harmon. I'll never forget his name.
You know, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, I've you know, what I see on the media, man, and then what I experience in real life, I can't relate. You know, that's why we have to be careful with how we absorb some of this foolishness that goes on, how we allow other people to influence our thoughts and our relationships with other people.
But here's the issue. And I went back and watched that stream. The one that we had in question. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. And it really starts from home. If I've been telling you, if everybody in your community, everybody in your household, everybody in your family, everybody in your tribe tell you that you ain't shit, you grow up pretty much that you're never gonna be anything, and you start believing that, then everything they say about you, you believe. Everything they say about your race, because if I ain't shit, everybody else ain't shit. But then when you start meeting folks that aren't like you, that's educated, refuse, like I came from the hood. I refuse to be a product of the hood. You know what I'm saying? I never want to be a statistic. You know, so when I turned 25, that was a blessing. And that's why I celebrate my birthday the way it is. It's a national holiday because, you know, as a black man to survive, to be 48 years old, it's a blessing.
Facts.
So you have to embrace it. We all have talent. We're talented folks. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors built this country, but they're our ancestors. What does that mean? Some of their talents and gifts has fallen down to us. And the problem, we haven't acknowledged or even accepted to know that the talent we have needs to be nurtured and worked at.
True.
And you know what I always laughed at? Remember some of the dudes that we used to chase? They're like, damn, this motherfucker fast. You should be on somebody's track.
Yes, you say it all the time. Y'all wasting y'all talent. Running from the police. Could be. Man, listen, I got stories, man. Oh my God. I had a guy we were chasing. He was wanted for domestic violence. And then Tanya, what do you mean? Which part do you not agree with? Well, we can talk about it. You know, you guys, I always tell people this is an open platform. People express how they feel. We're here to learn. We're here to grow. I'm also here to learn. Believe it or not, I've learned a lot and I've been taught a lot from my subscribers. You know, I've said things that wasn't accurate. And then they would correct me and explain it to me. And then, you know, I would have a different disposition that they have. You guys, I'm here to learn too. I'm here to be a translator for the people and for the police so that we can have better outcomes, right? So if there's something that we may have said that you feel is inaccurate, you know, please express it. We want to know and have the conversation. But there was an incident I had. This guy we're chasing in the car. He jumps out the car. He dumps the car. He jumps out. He starts running. I'm chasing after him. And this guy's hopping fences. He's never even putting his hands on them. You know, and here I am with I got to hop, jump, swing over the fence. I said, damn, by the time I hit the third fence, I was like, look, bro, you've earned it. You've earned it. All I could do is do one of them slow claps like this, brother, here. Get this man a scholarship, right? To Harvard, right? Track team. But damn, you know, but you know, it's unfortunate. But yeah, you're absolutely right that you see the talent some people have just in the crimes that they commit, and you're like, man, if you would just put this and invest this in something positive, you know, you would definitely be extremely successful. Shout out to Tex43 though. I like this comment he said. Yeah, thank you for that. He said, you guys are the best. Thanks for the very cool stream today. Tons of fun here. Absolutely, you guys. This is how we do our stream. Sometimes we can get some of our streams can be, you know, can be passionate, you know, because we talk about deep subject matter, and some people can be a little uncomfortable about it. But Sometimes it's the first time people are being challenged on their truth. And sometimes people's truths are rooted in lies. And it can be difficult when you shock people's world like that. And some people have a hard time. Let me scroll through and see if she made a response.
She did. I definitely agree. I agree.
What'd she say? Hold on, let me get to it before you.
Okay.
Self-fulfilling prophecies. Shout out Lawrence. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. She said, Tanya said, I don't agree that racism is green, not black and white.
Let me expound on why it's green. Let me tell you, the reason why it's green is because it's what started everything.
Yes.
It's green because we don't own our image. We pretty much sold out our image. So other people are profiting on us.
Well, go further back. Why were there slaves? Why did they, white?
Why there was the Civil War? Let's go back. The reason why we
further. That they were white slaves, right? Indentured servants.
Well, no, let's go all the way back. First, it was you had your white slaves who were indentured servants. Okay,
yep.
That's where you're all poor white trash. Those that had that couldn't afford to pay for their land, so they had to work off their land, okay, to be able to pay for their land. You had your Native Americans, okay. We were the strongest, and we were able to endure the majority of the hardships because when they brought black slaves over, we didn't die off as quick as the Indians.
Right.
We were stronger and we were bigger than the Chinese who they had on the railroads. Okay. They stopped using whites. They put the white indentured servants to monitor the slaves, but their income and their revenue skyrocketed when they got black slaves. The Civil War was based on pretty much keeping that because the amount of money that they had coming in through export. Okay. And if you remember, the whole reason we separated from England was no taxation without representation. But when Alexander Hamilton, not Alexander Hamilton, but Hamilton and when the forefathers created the Constitution, every state had to pay taxes. And the South did not want to pay. They felt they was going to be paying more taxes than the Union because they had slaves. And one of the Union was like, well, they really didn't care about black people. They just said slavery is inhumane. We want you to abolish slavery. And it's like, no, we should have the right to own slaves. And you're messing with our bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
It was all about the bottom line. It was all about money. And to show you about it that is because one, when you have folks that have financial know-how, after the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation, we put these slave owners and Confederate generals in politics to build the funds that we have now. Think about it. We made more money. The reason why the United States is a military powerhouse is because of all of the campaigns that we've been in. When we bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan was a booming powerhouse. Russia was on our side. Germany was a financial powerhouse. We benefited by eliminating the competition. The United States, everybody, I love the United States, but you gotta understand, we have done some atrocities.
Mm-hmm.
You have to know, a lot of people they just want to listen to or learn African American history. You have to learn American history, then branch out. Because then you understand that this entire company, this is why capitalism is so fluid here and folks are so reluctant to give it away. That's why if every billionaire gave us each $2, we'll be rich. Everybody in this world will be rich. Every billionaire, trillionaire gave each $2.
Right.
So you have to understand, I agree. Grand Poobah,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're profiting.
Grand Poobah.
As long as we're being shucking and jiving and we, making buffoons of ourselves on reality TV, social media, Oscars, they're profiting. We're upset and we're debating each other on who was right and who was wrong. And we're not even looking at the big picture.
Listen, I think this is a great point. As Zeka says, how do we move forward? Woo, listen, I'm not gonna dive too deep into it, but I'll say this. If we can't control our image, we can't repair our homes. There is no moving forward, right? We saw a display of how our image is used to bring about foolishness, right? We saw what Will Smith did. We saw that whole fiasco. That's our image being controlled, manipulated. If we can't control our image and we can't repair our homes, we have a lot of broken homes. You know, that's where everything needs to start. You know, we don't own anything really in this country. We don't have any power really. We don't vote properly. We still vote one way and we get nothing in return. We still blame white supremacy for our current conditions in this country. We still blame systemic racism for our current conditions. We still think that we are equally oppressed as our ancestors were. That's not true. That's a lie. There's a lot of mentality repairing that needs to take place. And it takes time. Let's start with education. Let's start with broken homes. You know, broken homes is a real problem in our community. We have a really, really high out of wedlock birth rate. It's astronomically high. We're talking 75% of our children are being born out of wedlock. And so, you know, that's a problem. A lot of these kids without active participating fathers, it's causing a big issue. You know, it's one of the number one or one of the top reasons for poverty. You know, the poverty rate. This has been studied and researched. You know, so I think I've dived into it a little bit on other live streams, other videos that I've done. But again, it starts from home. We can't control outside if we can't control inside. Some of your greatest power is what's closest to you, right? What's closest to you is where you'll find your greatest power. And so it definitely, our homes have to be priority, you know? Yeah, it's not about, we know how we got there. She's asking for solutions, Grandpoo, you know? I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But yeah, you got to let go. You got to let go. Letting go. We have to let go. We have to let go and let God, right? As people say, let go, let God. You got to let go and start moving forward, because I think the problem is some people think when you say don't dwell on the past, it means that you're saying forget the past. No one is saying forget the past. You don't ever forget the past. Understand the past, you know, but don't let the past keep you from moving forward. It's like staying in an abusive relationship. You know, it's all mental. It's all psychological. You know, one of the biggest problems that we had, you know, no disrespect to Common Man. He said, listen, back in my day, these are two men acting out these old street ways. You know, this is how they were trained to be. That if a man says something rude to you, you go up there and assault him. That's a mentality issue. That's a mentality issue. You know, and so again, you're asking a group of people not oppressing themselves to correct it. Well, here's the problem, right? You know, when you understand economics, why would you ask someone that you believe who's oppressing you, right? Who is gaining for you being oppressed, right? Let's follow me now. If white people are truly the problem, if some people who believe that white people are the problem and why they are in the condition they're in, our communities in the condition, why then are you turning around asking them to fix the condition? That's like Ukraine asking Russia, right, for help. And Russia's trying to take the country over. Hey, Russia, can you help us against Russia? Right? So again, if you're saying white people are the problem, but you turn around and use the banks owned by white people, then you turn around again and then you go to schools where it's predominantly white people teaching. So again, we have to change the way we look at this situation. White people are predominantly race in this country. They're 60%. Black people are 13, 14%. You know, so when we talk about moving forward, Yes, if we're talking about the condition, I hear what you're saying, Tanya. We're trying to get the condition fixed, and you're right. But whose responsibility is to do it? It's on us. I'm sorry, it's on us. I don't see, that's like asking your abuser to give you therapy, right? Where does that make sense? And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. You have people who believe that the abuser is white people, and then you're turning around and trying to tell them to fix the problem. We do live in a race-based society, unfortunately. But not everybody subscribes to that. Okay, if you believe it's not on us, then who should do it? Now you're saying that it's someone else's responsibility to come fix the Black community. Who's going to do it? And which Black people are paying this unknown group or entity or organization to come fix it? I'm very curious. Dre, do you know anybody?
I don't know anybody.
I don't know anybody. One would argue that the Democratic Party that a lot of people tend to vote for would be responsible. But hell, we see what the brother said. If you don't vote for me, you're not Black. And then, I'm still waiting for this little tuition stuff to be taken off my account.
Well, fortunately, I paid off my student loans quite a long time ago. So,
well, lucky. Well, Dre said, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." It's all on y'all at this point.
Look, I just found out my debt to own ratio. I'm at like 47%. So I was like,
Jackie Ragland said, "My dear, your numbers for percentage is way off. Many other ethnics put white as their race, which is the only human race who drank Kool-Aid." I mean, I hear what you're trying to say.
Jackie,
Go ahead.
Know what? Be honest, truth is a lot more self-hate going on than just in the black race. You have Latinos that they'll write white. You have a lot of Cubans that will put white instead of Hispanic. You have a lot of Mexicans that will put white. You know what I'm saying? They want to identify with what they feel is the dominant race, so they're not singled out to the point where they will even sell out their own countrymen. I'm telling you, the craziest thing is when you have two Mexicans having an argument and you have one that have their papers and one that do not.
Yes.
Well, I'm a citizen. You can't talk to me. I'm legal here. You can get deported tomorrow. And it's like, instead of saying, hey, let me help you, get yours, you want to be special. You want to be acknowledged because you're a citizen. And it's no different from any other race. We focus on our race because this is our race, who we are, but it's far exceeds. You have to understand this is years of indoctrination of superiority in reference to the superior of not a race, of just a culture. I don't know if you remember Nathan, but I know when I was in Japan, I was in Okinawa, and Mama-san told me that during the war, white men would tell them to not, be careful for the Black man, be afraid of the Black man. And it was until they encountered the Black man that they embraced us and stopped listening.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But China still adopts that. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. She makes a good point, but it doesn't change. It doesn't change anything, right? Mm-hmm. So we can you want to take 10% off their population because you have people from Italy, you have people from Spain, you have people who have white skinned people who still label themselves as white because there's no other option for them to choose, right? So okay, we can say that. It doesn't change our circumstance and what needs to be done, right? So it's kind of, Jackie, I hear what you're saying, but it's kind of a moot point at the end of the day because when we look at what percentage of Black people are in what professions, what businesses that we own, what essential businesses we own, right? When we look at what percentage of the wealth Black people own, all this, that what you're saying doesn't really amount to much, right? We know, even we say the Black population is 13-14%, but then again, we know not all Black people fill out the census, so we know the number's not accurate. None of these numbers are accurate, right? But this is the closest we got. So, again, we'd have to ask, what is really the point of that statement? I know the numbers aren't accurate. They're off, but no one has the exact number because we don't participate in the census like we should. And we know that a lot of people identify as white and they're not, what is white at the end of the day, right? Again, we're this country, we're over here identifying ourselves as colors. The whole concept is just ridiculous. And so it's not really accurate to its entirety, to be honest. Listen, I'm not even an ADOS, right? My family's not even from this country, so they don't have a category for me. They just got African American on there. I just got to check the box. No one really puts that much thought into it because it doesn't change anything. The reality is we're talking about the self-work that needs to be done in order to really fix the problem. Someone says, Panel Professor, how the hell are we going to fix the problem if it doesn't start with us? So the fuck? I mean, first of all, his avatar is so funny. He went from having the Ben Grimm on there from Fantastic Four. I think it was the Thing. Or the Thing. I think so. Do you date white women? Why do you ask? I actually, honestly, I date all women. I think all women are beautiful. If I run into the right woman and she checks all the boxes, I'm dating her. Yeah, I don't
discriminate.
Unless Grand Poobah must be white. You trying to shoot your shot, Grand?
That may be a dude. You might want to hold off.
Could be. It might be a dude. You never know with these faceless these faceless avatars. My bad, Grand. You might be a male. Let me correct myself. Do you date white women? I date all women. I don't discriminate. Yeah, I don't discriminate. If the woman lines up, if she meets my requirements, she getting dated on. Dre, what's your thoughts? I think that's a good question.
I don't even know if you remember. You still talking about?
I hope that wasn't an insult. I hope he wasn't trying to.
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Sometimes people ask you certain questions. Are they trying to? Remember how they did TLA? They're like, Tasha K was like, "You must like those white girls." I guess because.
You know what? I will tell you like this. I don't even know if you remember, right when I was actually dating a white girl when we started the academy.
Mm-hmm.
But she hung out with sisters, so she had a little bit of soul. She was still white. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then, not to be funny, she adopted the hood way of doing things, and I was like, nah, I can't deal with that. So what? 3 years later, married a black woman, and then 11 years later,
right.
You but man, greatest time of my life. I can't even front. Love that woman to death, regardless of what we go through.
Facts.
But you have to understand. I can't speak for anybody else, but I don't discriminate when it comes to love. Love come in different packages. Like come in different packages. If you support me, if you value me, and you bring value to my life, I'm gonna date you. Whether you Pakistani, whether you Hindu, whether you from Japan, China, Russia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Haiti, it don't matter. It is we are a match.
Yeah.
Because the worst thing you can do is reject love. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
The thing is, you put like this. I'm gonna just throw this one gem. If you build your foundation of your relationship on sex and sex alone, you will never move forward. Your relationship will never grow. But when you bring it of substance and you figure out what your love language is, and you build it on communication, understanding, intimacy, affection, sensuality, sex is going to come. That's a portion of the relation that is always going to be there. You need to focus on everything else. So when you're mad at each other, sex ain't the answer to fix it. the communication, the transparency, the honesty, the love, you know what I'm saying? That is what builds a relationship and what keeps it growing. You know what I'm saying? Because truth be told, after the first time you clap them cheeks, I mean, it's repetition. What else do you have?
Listen, Dre over here giving relationship advice tonight. Y'all
like, what else do you have? Remember I told you, how did I know I was ready to get married? Pussy wasn't enough.
Yes.
I needed more. I needed more. Because and it wasn't, we went out to dinner before and then we, you know, had a nice happy ending. And then what else is after that?
Yeah, you know, again, you know, I think some of the this will bring me into this real quick discussion right here with the OS connection. This is the power of culture. The power of culture, you know, teaches us these values that we need to keep pushing throughout generation to help fix. You know, he's saying asking folks that have been traumatized to figure it out and move on and forward. These need to. No, we're not saying that. You know, I think sometimes when people hear us talk, when we talk words of empowerment, sometimes think because we don't take our time and break down all the steps in the moment that we're disregarding. And we're not saying that. This requires a lot of help. It requires a lot of work. You know, this is a multifaceted solution. It's so many layers to it. No one's saying this is an easy process. It's saying it's a process that has to begin with us, right? It's a process that we're going to have to do on our own. We have people who are talented and skillful. They have the resources and ability to make this happen. We can do it on a small community-based level. We can do it on a city-by-city level where people come in. They have a schedule throughout the year where they go in and they talk to a specialist and they get the trauma worked out. Like we talk about trauma from generations, you know, but we're talking about what does that look like? It's easy to say we need professionals to help deal with this complexity. True. But then I ask you, how do you orchestrate the implementation of the solution? That's what nobody likes to talk about. My channel is a solution-based channel. So sometimes when I talk about solutions, people always want to go back and say, well, do you know how we got here? You know, do you know why it's this way? Yeah, you guys, the grave majority of us know how we got here. We know what it is. No one's ignoring that. And simply because we don't acknowledge it in the moment, because we're focused on trying to create solutions, right? Integration ruined us. That we can agree on. That we can definitely agree on. So it is going to take a lot of work. I'm saying that who on the outside is going to do the work? Who other than Black people are going to do the work to fix the problem that Black people are currently in? I'm just curious to know what you guys think. You know, I'm just thinking, what do you guys think? Who fixes the Black issue?
See, here's the thing. You gotta understand. The problem we
Uncle Stu's here. Shout out to Uncle Stu.
Uncle Stu. We looking for that quick fix, and we have to understand that this is a process, not an event. It's a process. It's going to take time, and we can't rush it. And you have to understand where you're going. I look at it like you're driving somewhere. Remember, we never had GPS,
right?
Oh yeah, we can't forget about the indigenous.
Nah, anybody forgetting about the indigenous women? We love them all.
We love them all. You gotta look at it when you're driving somewhere. Remember when we used to have MapQuest?
Yep.
We didn't have GPS. You had to pay attention to your landmarks. What we need to do is recognize our landmarks and continue to move forward. So again, like I said before, we're not walking around in a circle, seeing the same landmark, thinking, "Oh, this is new." No, we've been here before. We're here. We've been here before. We need to move forward. Steps forward. And every time we keep bringing up the past and what happened in the 60s and the 50s, we take giant steps back. Use what happened in the 50s and the 60s to propel us forward. Okay, that happened. We can always, you know what I'm saying? Like, I already answered to Charlene on that one.
You sent her a message?
Yeah, that's you're dealing with boys.
You're dealing with boys.
Because
real men want substance. Real men, real men want substance. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we need. That's what I want. I can't speak.
Look, I told her boys act out, men talk it out.
There we go. Hey, boys want Jada Pinkett's.
Mm-hmm.
That's what boys go after. They go for.
They want to be told what to do. They want to be mothered.
Hey, listen, men do what they want. Boys do what they can. Yo, Uncle Stu, what's good?
What's good? What's good, everyone? Nathan, to my brothers and sisters in the chat.
New York in the building.
I done been on like 3 different platforms. So I'm a little tired, but
pass your bedtime, young man.
Hey, telling you, got to run. Sometimes the old man gotta pick it up. Sometimes gotta pick it up.
Hey,
someone in your chat talked about the ISIS paper, and I go all the way back to the ISIS paper. You talk about what does that look like, and I'm going to exactly show you what it looks like. It looks like an individual who says, hey, I've been traumatized. Let me now go get some help for that trauma. Mm-hmm. Once they begin to get help, they get into a place of awareness. And the place of awareness simply means, what is my strength and what is my weakness? And when I understand my strength and I understand my weakness, I know exactly how to navigate through whatever I need to go through in life. What does it look like? It looks like Uncle Stu. Why? Because I've been there. I could sit here all day and blame women for my problems. I could sit here and blame white people for my problems. I could sit here and blame the next man for my problems. But at the end of the day, I am the one that's going to get up, do what I got to do, strengthen my weakness, and let my strength become the success of my way. No weapon, if I believe no weapon, that means no weapon. See, all of these books, even when you quote to me, Dr. Francis Season, what are these books about? They explain to you the problem. Once you have the problem, that's 20% of what you need to know. Oh, this is the problem? Bet. Now I got a solution.
Right.
If you don't know the problem, then you study in the problem. But if you got the knowledge of the problem, you also have the knowledge of the solution. What does that solution look like? It means when I see a problem, I become the businessman or the businesswoman or the social worker or the police officer or whatever I need to be and stay in my lane and solve the solution. They said black men can't be on a panel without talking over each other, cussing each other. We already proved on the state of emergency. We made it work. We made it happen. We ain't crying. We didn't sit up there and blame women. We didn't blame white people. We figured out a solution. We're right here. What are we working on? Solutions. See, if I can cuss for a minute, I be damned that I come from a people that built this world, and now I act defeated right here, right now. We will not be a defeated people. And I need my people to understand that we ain't defeated. We ain't defeated. They tried everything to defeat us, to destroy us, to demolish us. And damn it, ain't none of it worked. They tried slavery. It didn't work. They tried alcohol. It didn't work. They tried heroin. It didn't work. They tried crack cocaine. It didn't work. They tried all these diseases. It didn't work. Boy, do you know who we are? So how now we get to this place and we sit up here and we quote people who wasn't even permitted to read a book, but today we can read a book and we crying about trying to find a solution. There was a time where people couldn't even talk about going to a bathroom. They had to go either to the black bathroom, and they definitely couldn't go to the white bathroom. But now that we are free, we still crying. We talk about black people who had businesses in the 40s, in the 30s, in the 20s. And now we're here in 2022, and you telling me we can't have a business? I remember y'all saying to me that there was a time we couldn't really have international businesses. Today, we got an international internet system, and we're afraid to use it for gaining international money. Money is green, it ain't black.
Woo! Say a lot for the ones in the back.
Money is green, it ain't black.
I don't think the people in the cheap seats heard that.
Hey, hold on, Uncle Stu. But even worse than that, money's green, it ain't black, and we spent 1.6 trillion on the track. Listen, and that did rhyme for those in the back. Yo, Daly got some skills. If you didn't know, then you're whack. Hold on. Listen. 1.6 trillion dollars the black people spent. We spent that money, you guys. We got money. Money does mean power, but if you spend it wrong, right? If you spend it wrong, 1.6 trillion, but we own, how much wealth do we have? 1%. 1%. We spent 1.6 trillion. How much the government spend last year in 2000? How much the government spent last year? $700 billion, you guys. The black community spent more money than the military spent last year. You guys, we have enough money to spend to have our own military. We can raise our own army if we wanted to.
And
right?
and I want to address this one statement.
Go ahead, brother.
Tanya T. She said, and money don't buy you freedom. Why the hell was we in slavery? It was about money and freedom. Why the hell do you think they went to Africa? Both the Arabs and the Europes. Because money was about their freedom. So don't say money is not freedom.
Look what the Haitians did.
That's why they do what they do when they do it, because it's about money. And right now they making money off of our buffoonery. The largest company that's doing internet reaction, what are they doing? They making money off of our buffoonery. And I'm sick and tired of my people looking like a bunch of buffoons out here. We would rather run the platforms that's making us look like idiots than to run the platforms that's going to elevate us, educate us, and keep us going. So who's doing that? Who wakes up and tells you to go to these platforms? Who? Who wakes you up and tells you to call your women a 304 or call your men Pookie and Ray Ray? Who teaches you that? As Malcolm X even said, who taught you to hate yourself?
Yikes.
Y'all like to quote Malcolm. Who taught you to hate yourself? You'll never see on my platform, I call you a 304 or a Pookie and Ray Ray, because some of the most educated brothers were Pookie and Ray Rays. They just transformed themselves and became better men.
Trash can.
Some of y'all are high value Pookies out here.
That's right.
But you know what? It's you know what, Uncle Stu, I think was so bothersome, and I think Nate actually experienced it, is folks that are so comfortable in their ignorance and afraid to leave the ignorance and want you to join them in the ignorance, to the point where they will sit down there and embellish stories and make it true when it's not true.
There's two, I agree. There's two reasons behind that.
I know there's reason behind that, but what you have to understand is these are folks that you have to. I know we had the conversation before, all three of us, when we spoke about whether or not we're gonna leave anybody behind. These aren't folks you will leave behind, but these are folks that you will leave other folks behind to educate them. And and it's funny. What was that movie? Not Drop Squad. I forgot what it was, when they were driving around picking up black dudes that wanted to be white, and they was
I know the movie you're talking about. I know the movie you're talking about. Yeah.
You definitely have to. You have to. Sometimes it's easier because I want to hold on. It's like, you know what? It's like a caterpillar. All right. Puts itself in a cocoon. The cocoon is comfortable. It's safe here. It's safe for me to believe that this is what's keeping me down. It's safe for me to believe that I can't do anything better. And if I can't do anything better, nobody can do anything better. And then you just stretch one time and the cocoon opens. You have wings. You have the ability to fly away, to see that the world that you're living in is a lot bigger than you think. And your thought pattern is real infinitesimal, it's real small. But you never want to leave the cocoon because it's comfortable. You see all these other butterflies, old caterpillars that became butterflies flying around, but you don't want to join them because you're too scared and you're too comfortable. I like it in here. There's something wrong with you guys that want to leave this. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, we're so worried about what people think about us. Hello?
Hey, hold up. But hit it right on time when you said we so concerned what people think about us.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Tanya T, I'm not yelling. Most people that know me knows that when I get into a particular zone, yeah, my voice do go up, but I'm not yelling at you, Tanya. Is what makes it right. You know, so no, I'm not.
Hold on, you guys. Dre, before you go, listen, you guys. Anytime I bring up a massive panel of excellent, sharp brothers on the panel, we call this moment the mining zone. All right, this is the mining zone. We got an OG miner, right? Who's that? Right? That's Uncle Stu. You guys, if you don't know him, please drop his channel in the chat. You guys, if you like this type of conversation, this is what he brings. He brings fire and brimstone. Shout out to he brings fire and brimstone to his conversation. Real conversation. You guys, when I bring the squad up, this is called the mining zone, right? This is what we do. The mining zone. We got Dre, Jim dropping Jenkins, right? this brother is. These two brothers are wisdom personified, you guys. And so this is when we have these moments, we are dropping gems. We are mining gems. We pulling them out. This ain't rehearsed. Shout out to the big homie, Sahel Speaks.
I do.
Yo, salute Real Nathan. Salute Uncle Stu and Dre Branco. Shout out to the chat. It's fire. Right? Licking shots in the chat. So this is how we do it over here, you guys. Shout out to Sahel Speaks. We did an awesome stream last week. Black men, black fathers, black boys. Please go check it out. Please check out Sahel Speaks channel as well, you guys. I don't even know if I got any moderators. They might be off the job. I was supposed to stop 2 hours ago. Sahel, drop your link in the chat for those who want to check out Sahel. Uncle Stu, do the same, please, you guys. Check these brothers out. Amazing content creators. Sahel, you think my voice is nice? Sahel hit you with some Earth, Wind, and Fire type voice.
He got that Isaac Hayes voice.
He got that Isaac Hayes. Yeah, he do.
Look, before he became that Christian, you know.
Right. Let me hit pound for pound real quick.
Yeah, you married real quick.
Let me hit pound for pound real quick. I can't give you fire and brimstone. I got folks sleeping in my house. And if I give you fire and brimstone, I got a 9-year-old in bed, bro.
Hold on. Hey, Dre said he got to hit you with the quiet storm. We are 103, right?
He went back to WBLS on me.
Tell me about it. Frankie Crocker.
Hey, shout out to Bree. Bree says Southern Baptist. She love it. Yo, over here, my mama, she see me talking crazy. She come by and throw the oil on my forehead real quick. You be walking through like, man, what is this? What is this? Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I love it. Interesting, you guys. Yeah. Where we, man? I was supposed to stop for lunch. I mean, dinner. Actually, y'all got me out here. Yes, we mining. This is the mining circle. Circle. That's what we do.
We're in there.
All right, sub to all three of y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Man, Honey Chocolate, you got to come back up. Honey Chocolate had a nice voice, and then she disappeared on us.
Yes, she did.
She gonna drop the silhouette. She gonna drop the silhouette like that.
Yeah, she dropped the silhouette. I gotta get off, man. Y'all gonna give me divorce papers in the red pill section real quick.
Right.
I ain't got that problem.
But you know, when Dre spoke about fear, you know, I think of it a different way. I believe that part, the fear part. But I also say, if my people never seen it, they don't know how to emulate it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If all I grew up with was chaos and confusion, how you gonna tell me about peace and I never seen peace? That's where I try to show that compassion, where it's like, I gotta represent so that they can see what the heck it looked like. If you think about it, you see some panels, dudes are screaming, cussing, fussing. If that's all I know, that's communication, how can I emulate it? Unless I see it somewhere else where it's like, dang, all three of these dudes is either saying the same thing, or they saying it in different ways, or they coming at it in different angles. Take the fruit. If you like the fruit, eat the fruit, take the seed and multiply.
Right. Absolutely. And I think the internet was bad. Yeah. Come on, jump on. Honey chocolate. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, she did. I don't know if I would say the internet's bad. I think anything we get our hands on,
No. That was some earlier. She tried to get on and she couldn't get on.
Oh, okay.
Her internet was acting up. What do they say? Let's talk about that. I disagree. Hold on. What part are you talking about? Owl's eye view that you disagree with? Because I think I might be late pulling these up. Peace exists by there being no peace. My brother's about to get in some Zen prophecy right now.
I think I know what he's talking about.
Okay, hit it.
And Owl's eye view, if I'm wrong, let me know. For me, there's different ways to fight a war. And basically what he's saying is that war is going to be the only answer. So you can fight that war economically, you can fight it physically, you can fight it politically. So there's many different ways to fight a war. And in a war, you want to try to use your least, destructive method, which is the violence. What did Malcolm X say? We are now in a war where it can be a bloodless war. And what was he defining as a bloodless war? Is because now we can get into the politics. Now we can get into voting. Now we can, start representing our needs, etc. I think what we have to do is be able to discern what is our need, not by party, but by policy. We also got to recognize that we're in a class system. Yeah. So some of us is not living at the same structural classes. So we even got to deal with a class system.
Yes. And that's true. I want to, Wes Anderson says, because we're mining, we got to get rich off the knowledge. And it's true, and it starts with support. You're right. We're mining gems, and we're not the only ones, right? We're not the only ones, but we're mining gems, and we do this because we want to give. We want to have the discussion. We want to have the right type of talks, but people have to be willing to receive it. We have to be willing to support it. And sometimes that's our biggest issue, is that we're not getting the support. Today, I just found out that, I was at 7,000. I hit 8,000 tonight, and I was so excited because it makes me feel good that my word is getting out there. People are supporting the message. And they're being patient with me too, because these are hard conversations. We're not here to be right. We're here to be accurate. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm here to understand why you believe you're right. Because at the end of the day, you guys, we have to do this together, and so that is the biggest challenge, is battling the mindset of every person that we need to join this war effort. Right. So real quick, Honey Chocolate, welcome.
Hold on, before Honey Chocolate.
Hey, yeah.
Oh yeah, she about to
No,
give
go
me
ahead, Uncle.
Somebody asked me a question. Can you look in the chat?
Which one? I'm ready to hear Honey Chocolate.
Yeah, see,
messing up my game. You already married. Give a brother some respect. You want to do some work. Honey Chocolate, work.
The OS connection.
All right, let me see. How far?
I got it at 1018.
All right. OS connection?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
All right. Do you believe we need mental health services? Yes. More is available in our community. What about mental health stigma? Let me answer both of those. On my page, I got a Patreon, and in my Patreon, it's only for $10. And right now, it's going to be a major push on my Patreon, because I do have a psychiatrist that is willing to give therapy as a group session to start dealing with some of these mental health issues. So I could say that is. As far as mental health stigma, you want to know what's funny? I find a lot of people that talks about trauma, talks about depression, talks about anxiety. When I was growing up, you didn't say those words. So I think that we are now aware that we have mental health issues. It's a matter of taking the will to go get it solved. In my day, you couldn't say that, you wanted to self-delete. That was not a vocabulary. Today, we could talk about those things. So I think the stigma overall, it is depleting. I think we just have to take the responsibility and go get the help we need.
Agreed. Real quick, let me touch on that too, because a lot of times we talk about the mental health issues. We talk about how our community is facing a lot of trauma from the past. It's somewhat genetic, right? In a sense, it's passed on genetically. Okay, we can agree to that. The problem is, I always challenge people, what are your solutions, right? You just can't say mental health training or mental health. We need mental health guidance. We have to talk about how you implement that. How do you actually implement that into a real world, real life situation? And that's where people fall apart. Remind you that when we talk about things like Planned Parenthood, and 79% of Planned Parenthoods are in Black communities, right? And we look at what Planned Parenthood does outside of the abortions. They do other things. They provide other services. But just how they can implement 79% of Planned Parenthoods, they can implement 79% of mental health facilities, right? That they provide services for the African-American community. Listen, people do what they want to do that benefits them, right? We're not sponsoring Planned Parenthood, right?
You know how they exist originally.
Yeah, exactly. We know how they got there, and they know why they got there, right?
Right.
It was an extension. It was an extinction plan, right? A genocide plan. Kill all Black babies plan is what it originated as. I don't know what they're doing now. I'm just telling you what the origins of it is. So again, we have to look at the reality. Who's going to implement it, right? It benefits us to have it, but just as quickly as you can put Planned Parenthoods in a community, you can put mental health facilities. You have to be able to break down and understand, how do we actually create the tactics and the strategies in real time? Saying it's a solution is one thing. How to do it is another thing, right? And that's what I challenge. And I'll be curious to see what you say, OS Connection. What do you think will be a really good strategy? How do we implement that in order to actually make it happen? Shout out to Amber Dawn Rising. I love that. I love that name. I think that's really dope. So chocolate. So we're going to dive into Honey Chocolate, our main guest of the evening. I'm about to kick Uncle Stu out.
Yeah. See how the brothers get. We tough until the woman.
Oh, damn, I lost it. Good job, Uncle Stu.
Oh, Stu.
Uncle Stu.
Oh, she back. No,
She
see,
back.
you don't understand what we have.
She got the struggle internet, Uncle Stu.
Look, as soon as the brothers together, women show up, all the brothers got discipline.
No, Honey Chocolate was supporting. She subscribed early. She subscribed to all of us. We really appreciate that, Honey Chocolate. We don't take that for granted. Tell us some backstory about you. What do you think about the topic we talked about, Will and Jada? What are your thoughts on that, or do you have any thoughts in general, just overall about the conversation?
Well, I could talk about the topic. I mean, of course, growing up, Will was part of my whole life. So, right. I mean, but I'm just gonna jump right to the whole wife and husband thing. Like, I just don't think Jada is it. Like, whoever she's for, it's not for Will. He needs somebody who loves him, somebody who supports. Let that be my man. Let that be my man. Now, even when it comes to my brothers, I wouldn't want to put my family members in a situation where they were risking their freedom or they're risking anything that they have been going on. I would be grabbing my husband's arm. I would do something, because I wouldn't want my man to throw away I can get over what somebody else say. It's a joke. We all know what's going to happen. Like everybody said, she did come to the show. She did wear that dress, which I don't think that was a good move on that dress with the head combined. But like, because I joke too, and I crap on you all day. But I'm not about to let somebody that I love, somebody that I care about just throw away their future like that for a moment, for anything, you know? And I don't know what they've been going through between them. I don't know what was said before or after, but you could tell that she just does not support him in her energy. She don't support him. I don't see any way. I don't see any way that she supports him. She support other people. She support August. And like they said, there were deeper things that could have been gone in, as far as like if somebody really wanted to tell some dirty jokes on her, they could go in on her past. So it was like, I don't think Will was right in what he did, especially for the simple fact that he did laugh. If he thought it was funny, it was funny. You know what I'm saying? And let that be my wife, and she put me through all this misery. I'll laugh too, you know, because she could have been gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't support me, I don't support you. Like, I can't be in a relationship with somebody and I know they don't love me. You know what I'm saying? You the woman and he the man. He's supposed to be the man and you're supposed to be the woman. But that's not what's going on here. The clothes have been switched. Somebody else wearing the pants, somebody else wearing the dress. You know, but that's a mental thing. It's not a visual thing. You could tell that they done switch roles. And it's just definitely out of order. That's not something that, I don't know how they got together. I don't know why they still together. They're clearly not together. You know what I'm saying? All that space between them. I don't want no man like that. Like, if I got a man, I want my man dang touching my thigh. I'm sitting next to my man. Ain't nobody gonna be able to come between me and my man. Can't nobody walk between me and the space. You know what I'm saying? Do you see all that space between them? Like, they're not a unit. They're not a pack. You know what I'm saying? So somebody could, like, let this be like a herd situation. It's all type of opportunity for somebody to come in and attack. You know what I'm saying? They're not together. That's not a unity.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? I don't support none of that.
And you're right, because there's a picture I pulled up with August Alsina hugging up on Jada, and he had his hand all around her waist. I was like, that's so damn disrespectful.
Well,
But you're right. When you talk about that space, you know, there was this girl I dated a long time ago. She would always, when we're walking together, she would always walk in front of me, and that always bothered me. You know, and one day I had to tell her, I said, listen, you know, you walk beside me or slightly behind me. I said, you walk in front of a threat, I can't protect you if you get there before I do. Right? Like, there's just certain things that, you know, as men, you know, we talk to women and try to explain certain things, but you're right on. When you leave that space, it says a lot. It absolutely says a lot. And, you know, what are your thoughts on this, though? Someone said Jada Pinkett gave that look like Cersei off of Game of Thrones, right? That's the vibe I get, you know, definitely.
I'm gonna tell you something. It's funny that I think that was Trash Can Waves that brought that up. I actually did a video where I used the Game of Thrones and that woman in it. You know, how far do you take power? Do you take power to the point where you literally destroy the very people you claim you want to free? I know the very look and the incident that she took. I took a whole different approach, and I'm going to put it out on the video tomorrow. When I say the Black culture is trash, is why. Because what have we really taught, you know, in that incident? We taught that if you disrespect me, I'm going to slap you. Not just punch you. I'm going to slap you. But I'm only going to slap you if my woman tells me to.
Right.
You understand? And we got too many brothers, and y'all would know this. We got too many men in prison off of the speech or statement a woman made. Now you in prison, she with the dude that, you know, she with another dude.
She gone with someone else.
She gone with someone else. Now you locked up.
They won't let me out. Locked up. You know what's funny is it's so true. You know, but honey chocolate, let me ask you this as a lady. Let me ask you this. Do you believe a woman, do you believe Jada influenced his or had influence over his response? And do you feel like Jada had the same influence to also de-escalate or calm him down or prevent the incident from happening?
Let me go to your second point. okay, so if he responded, because again, his initial response was to laugh, which he did.
Mm-hmm.
So if he attracted that and acted against that, completely opposite that to the extreme based off of her look. So yes, I believe that definitely had an influence on his reaction, because had that not happened, he would have continued to laugh.
Right.
So what was your first question?
Do you think that she had some influence in his decision to go up there? Like, do you think that? Or let me ask you this: do you think a woman has influence over a man in a marriage?
I definitely do. I'm not sure whether I should say she should or not, but definitely, like I say, if I care about the person that I am in a relationship, there's no reason. Like, even if it was something justifiable, like him going to battle, I don't want to lose my man, even though he's defending us. But that moment was not a situation that he had to go off to war. This is somebody that he knows, he's got history with, and I never been a man, so I'm not sure how I would actually respond. But with my training, it's not a woman's duty to delegate the man to do anything. A man is supposed to take accountability for his own actions and be able to deal with the consequence, because she's not the one going up there doing that. It's not her career being tossed if you do something, because everything is intact with her. So why? And especially, I want my man to lead. So why would I want him? I don't want to lose my head. There's only one head. So I would not want to cut the head off of my body. That's just illogical. You know what I'm saying? That's counterproductive. You know what I'm saying? So I may be able to find another head, but that head ain't gonna be the same head. And if I love this man, why would I be willing to let him just do anything? If I love him, and she should be the one who knows most what he needs, or knows what his buttons are, know what kind of emotional state that he's in. She knows exactly what she's doing to influence that in a negative way as well. So if she cared about him, she would have said something, she would have done something, or anything, or she would, before this situation, she would have shown love, she would have shown some type of care. It's at this point, it seemed like they're pretty much strangers. It seemed like she don't care about his future. It seemed like she don't care about his mental health. Why would you bring this man, your husband? Why would you open up a can of worms of y'all business publicly? And I don't watch the Red Table Talks, and people keep trying to tell me I should go on there, and that's just not my style. That's just not my energy. Right. So no, I don't want to do that. But if you have something to bring out to your man, to your husband, why would you do something like that publicly to your head, the head of your family? Why would you shame him like that? That's willful shame. That's not love. That's hate.
That's because he's not the head.
There's also no maturity. I mean,
exactly.
I'll tell you somebody who clowned on a high profile person. He took it as a joke and ended up putting him in this video. I don't know if y'all remember when Eddie Murphy clowned the crap out of Michael Jackson. And what happened? He ended up being in one of Michael Jackson's videos. You see what I'm saying? If you don't want to get clowned on, don't go to a comedy show.
There you go.
I mean, don't go, because what's the whole reason of going to a comedy show? To laugh. And you might be the blunder jokes, but when you're the blunder jokes, you laugh. You get to laugh at yourself.
See, here's the problem, Uncle Stu. I think Nate and his panelists earlier today talked about, there's a fraction of folks that's like, you're supposed to protect your woman. Yes, but your woman's job is also to protect you from yourself.
True.
You know what I'm saying? My job is to protect you. Your job is to protect me.
Yeah, she should have grabbed him and told him it's not
with the amount of money, what's on the line. And I'm gonna tell you now, this is my theory. Okay. I'm gonna give a Nathan Daly, conspiracy theory.
Oh, that means we gotta sit back, y'all.
That'll be a good one.
Jada had her campaign in 2016 about boycotting the Oscars. He's never been looked upon favorably by the Oscars. She don't like them folks. Misery loves company. She didn't go up there and smack if she really had an issue, she should have been the one to go up there and smack Chris Rock. You know what I'm saying? But she's not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Will should have handled it. I'm not saying. It's clearly trauma, and it's like, for the past several months, she been emasculating him, and in his ear and behind, in between his ears, he felt, I can redeem myself with this one action, not understanding that he's going to destroy whatever foundation that he created. And she was very happy to let him do that.
Right.
That's the problem I have. And then what was her comment? This is the season of healing, and I'm here for it. Really, motherfucker? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
While she killing him slowly.
Yeah.
Right.
Then we had that music.
Will Smith is on that die slow. He is on that die slow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the bad thing about it is he went from a bad situation to a worse situation. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him, deleting himself over something like this.
I'm hoping that everybody in this teachable moment really take a reflection about, individualism, as well as I think what Honey had to say. What kind of relationship are you in? Because like I said, I've watched too many men who are so emotionally attached to a woman that they can't discern when a decision is right or wrong. I want to prove my manhood, and the only way to prove my manhood is through violence. And that's the thing that right now sticks out to me. Yeah, baby, that dude did you wrong, let me go hurt him. That dude did you wrong, let me go do this. As opposed to, let me go talk to him, and not even talk to him in a threatening manner. Because you got some dudes that if you just communicate, you might find out he really didn't do what your woman said he did.
Right.
He may have been the dude that was the dude on the side, and now, all of a sudden he's the bad guy. I could tell story after story, and it's real. It's real.
The Thrifting Channel says she's physically a woman, but that she has the energy of a pimp. I would agree to that.
But you know what y'all missing out? Who trained Jada? Who taught her the game?
The mom.
Wasn't it her grandmother?
Yes.
No, grandmother to mother.
Grandmother to mother, and then who taught her how to cultivate it? Tupac.
That's why I listen.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. Okay.
I'm hungry. That's all. That's what it is.
I know. I'm gonna say this real quick. And Nate know exactly where I'm gonna go with this. We know that we're not your preferred. Truth be told, unless you're a virgin, we're not your preferred. We're not your first. We're not the one that you thought you would end up with. We know this when we come along. We know this. But our attraction and our understanding, we may see something in you that you didn't see in yourself. The problem is, I don't know what Will saw in Jada. I really don't. Maybe she was more of a man than he was, and he needed it. Who knows? I don't know.
Oh Lord.
But
Do Uncle Stu got to explain it? Do I got to explain it? It's not what you know, bro. That bedroom was a mother jumper.
But
I'm just keeping it real.
Look, she could have that good power you. Okay? You know what I'm saying? She could have that sunshine, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying?
That thunderbolt.
Sun sets. You know what I'm saying? The sun sets. And then what you have after that, though?
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying? If you let that rule your world, you know what I'm saying? We talk about me and Nate talk about dick discipline all the goddamn time.
Yes, sir.
And how lack of it can get you in trouble.
Yep.
Look,
Yes.
I have a saying on the door outside of my office that says, "Stop clinging to a mistake because you had a lot of practice making it."
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? He is holding on to something. Like, look, it'd have been real easy because the problem is, like, Will, you had every opportunity to actually be a man and voice your opinion instead of taking these blows. You know what I'm saying? Will Smith is punch drunk, but he had every opportunity to sit down and get in front of this stuff. And he sat back and let her continue to beat him in the ground.
Yeah, and Jada's attractive. She's not ugly. So for her to get offended about the whole bald head thing, that's a joke to me. I can't get with that. And this is what Amber Dawn is Rising is saying. You know, there ain't nothing wrong with Jada. Her ego, right? This is all about the fact that someone had the audacity to insult her twice. You know, this is Chris Rock's second insulting joke towards her, and you know, she's over it. And she looked at Will and was like, handle that. You know, what does she want? Jada wants a hood Jesus. That's what she wants.
Right.
She wants a hood Jesus at the end of the day.
How did Jada Pinkett come out when she was on what's that show about the black colleges? I mean,
A Different World.
Different World.
When she came out with Different World,
she was on some
came out
tomboy
as a short-haired, little tomboyish.
Yep.
With a little feminine edge, and she was the woman. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, she came out with that image. But yo, let me get ready to drop off here and whatnot. You know, y'all like before the billions, y'all young bucks, man. Y'all be doing these 5-10 hour lives.
Nah, man. Listen, Uncle Stu, you guys know, people don't know from my accident, you know, it's hard. That's why I do some of my videos standing up. I have to have a special thing for my back they gave me for my little lumbar support, you know, because I get my lower back gets real irritated sometimes. That's why what's the name said, look, I got to pee. I'm over here like this trying to get so listen, I do my physical therapy stuff in the morning, and it works, but sometimes you sit still too long, boy. It'll get you. You.
Well, let me get out of here. I just want to appreciate you, Dre, Honey Chocolate. I didn't get no divorce papers. You didn't say nothing out the way.
Well, I do thank you for dropping through because your speech it touched my soul, taking me back from you know, hearing the elders speak. I ain't heard nobody talk like that in a long time, especially not on YouTube.
I hear you.
Hey, real quick, Uncle Stu, drop your channel one more time. I have people asking for your.
I probably got to come off and then drop it when I come off.
No, you
so
don't.
I'll drop it when I come off.
Oh, you're gonna drop when you. Okay, cool. Uncle, hey, listen, you guys in the chat. If you like that fire and brimstone, just some real talk, telling something your grandpapa should have told you, your daddy should have told you. Uncle Stu's that man. He is the YouTube uncle. You know, this is where we go to get some advice. We go and talk to him. I'll call him up. He's just a phone click away. Great gems, a lot of wisdom, and he's a wealth of knowledge, willing to share, you guys. So please check him out. He's gonna drop his link in the chat when he jumps off. And Uncle Stu, I need to make you a moderator too, man. Every time I think about it, you always hop off before I can do it. But, leave when you leave something in the comment, I'm gonna turn you up, man. Because
all right, no problem.
Appreciate you, brother.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to contact you because we gotta take all the solutions and present it to the people. We gotta let them know we wasn't just doing a platform just to be doing it. You know, we came up with some solutions.
Nah, look at Snuggles. Always talking about drop the link.
You want to drop a link,
and they'll never come up.
Snuggles, you know what I'm saying? Stop playing Snuggles.
Yeah, Snuggles going somewhere.
You know why? Snuggles will drop a brother a super chat every now and again. So
all right, let's shout out to Snuggles.
I can't jump on Snuggles like that.
Shout out to Snuggles. Shout out to Snuggles.
Snuggles do showing love. He was just showing love.
Oh man! Shout out to Trash Can Waves. I need to.
That's my brother, boy. That's my brother right there. We got. Yo, we gotta get his numbers up, man. He got too much knowledge.
Who that?
He's dropping mad gems too.
Hey, Trash Can Wave, shout out. I'm gonna have to bless you with a wrench, brother. I've been meaning to do that too for a minute. All right, Uncle Stu, appreciate you.
All right, no problem.
All right, and then I know me and Trash Can Waves we're going to link up with the thing. So Honey Chocolate, do you have a channel? You just kind of you swing through YouTube and just check out content?
I tried to start a channel years ago. I'm thinking about doing a channel because I am working on my multiple streams of income. I'm actually trying to start my business. So right now I'm just doing a little bit more research and some more training to up my graphic design work. So it's on the way.
That's what's up. If you're gonna do graphic design work, when you get a chance, promote that in the Black YouTube space. They're always looking for new talent, and we're really big on helping each other with our businesses and things that we have. And again, if I hear people needing or looking for a graphic designer, I'm definitely shout you out. Next time we get a chance, you can email me if you have like a portfolio of some stuff that you've worked on or done. We always want to support. Oh, we got another one. Okay, I don't know. Send me your portfolio too. Shout out to For Me Tarot. She's actually a new member to my channel. So shout out to you. Yes, you guys, believe it or not, people do ask us all the time. People ask me for different people all the time. This is an opportunity for us to network. So if you guys have talent, this is for anybody who's listening right now. Let it be known. This is also part of networking, you guys. I have a nonprofit for police officers, so I network through there. So I've worked with people from YouTube. There's a couple guys I plan on linking up with to do things for my channel, some new digital graphics, video, motion graphics, and things like that, chopping up videos and stuff. So if you have talent, share it. That goes for anybody on this stream that's listening. This is a community that we support one another. So that is very, very important. So, when you get everything together, don't hesitate and take the time and market yourself. You know what I mean? Like, it's important. You never know who's looking for the services. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you on that. I have tried to do that. Now you see a very light voice. I bet I'm really small, I'm really short. So I got a big bark, but I have a small stature. So people don't take me seriously. I have gone into channels of color and I've caught some hate. I try to show my stuff and because they ask me, I don't come out here trying to force my stuff on anyone, but when they ask me about it, I do share. And I get a lot of backlash, a lot of haters, and I'm just trying to share what I do because I am trying to get somewhere. I am trying to help my people. I am trying to spread good words, so it's good when it's actually positive. But I've tried before, and some of us got that fake love. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to get how to get it.
Trust me, you ain't got to tell me. I mean, that's one of the big things that we battle now. To be honest,
just put your email in the chat for me, and I do already have a portfolio.
I'll bet. Okay, definitely do that.
Where you from?
I'm from Arizona.
What part? Scottsdale, Phoenix?
I'm from Phoenix. I'm from South Phoenix.
Okay, that's what's up.
That's what's up. Shout out to Sandria Alicia for the super chat. Thank you so much. What did she say? Will's mother knows Jada is toxic. Don't she though? She was not present for the biggest night of her son's life. Again, you guys, we talk about the power of family. When family's dysfunctional and there's some brokenness in the family, that can create a multitude of problems for your legacy and legacy to come. How big of a responsibility we have as men and women when we build a family with one another, how important and vital that role is for us to really, really, really be positive, be true to it, really be focused, and really do it with a sense of urgency. I won't say urgency, but I would say a sense of commitment and dedication. Because if we mess up doing this thing, then, that impacts, it's the children, right? It's the kids that have the impact the most, unfortunately. So thank you so much for the super chat, you guys. I really appreciate Sandra. Thank you so much for donating. That really means a lot to me. You guys are so dope. You guys are so amazing. I'm going to put the email I'm gonna put my email in here real quick. Let me see. And then we're gonna call it a night because your boy is
Definitely.
starving.
I'm thirsty.
Starving. Thirsty. And
Thirsty.
I usually have my little apple juice right here. I'm flipping tonight. Honestly, I told myself I was gonna do 2 hours, and then it got crazy. The conversation got crazy. A lot of people showed up, bro. It was like 2K folks in the joint tonight. So
I picked that.
I was in rare form tonight. Truly blessed, man. Went from 7,000 to 8,000 in one stream. That is really beautiful, and that's thanks to everybody who came on the stream, everybody who's watching. It really, really means a lot. It really means a lot because I work hard. It's hard work. I'm hurting right now, but the show must go on. The show must go on. So, Honey Chocolate, I really appreciate you. Yeah, send me some of your work. I want to take a look at it. I'm an artist too. I paint, I draw, design. I don't do graphic.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I started out, I drew all my life, so I've been painting. I just actually recently last year started getting into spray painting. So I do spray paint, I do drawing, I just last year also got into graphic design. Once I seen what I needed to purchase, once I needed to get, I bought my iPad, bought my pencil, bought all the apps, Procreate, InDesign, Illustrator, all that, all Photoshop, all that. So I'm here for all of it.
I'll bet. That's what's up. Oh yeah. We're gonna put you on. Shout out to XDMC. That's the homie. Says someone called me. I heard talent. That's what's up. All right, well, Honey Chocolate, look, I appreciate you. Definitely stay in touch. Anytime you see me on, please feel free to come up and give your 2 cents. I always encourage the women to come up and speak. Sometimes women are always kind of a little bashful, don't want to come up, but tonight a lot of women came up and really voiced their opinion, especially on a subject like this. And we talk about a lot of deep, in-depth topics, and we dive deeper than some of the other channels. So never hesitate. If you see me on, you're always welcome to come up.
Most definitely.
All right. So yeah, just stay in touch, and we'll see you later.
All right, then.
All right. Good night. All right, bro.
All right, man. Hey, you have a good one. I'll give you a shot. You have a good one. I'll be speaking with you. And everybody in the chat. Man, look, this ain't even my channel, and you don't know how much I appreciate you guys. Yo, you guys are awesome. Charlene is gonna have to cam up one day because she be active in that chat.
Oh, Charlene. Hold on, did I just miss her? I think I missed her. I think she may have. Oh no, here she go. Okay, Charlene. Hey, Charlene. Yeah, she has been active. Shout out to Charlene. Shout out to Charlene. Everybody's been super active in the chat. I really appreciate it, you guys. The chat has been on and popping tonight. The chat is where it goes down. Thank you guys for going over to Uncle Stu and supporting him. Just supporting us all for the work that we're doing. It really, really means a lot, you guys. It's hard work, and I can't thank you enough. I really can't. It's very motivating, guys. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Dre, shoot, appreciate you, bro.
Here for you, always.
Always, man. Love you, man. Peace out. And I guess we'll talk tomorrow. I'm going on Mike the Cop's channel tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning? What time?
Yeah. 10 o'clock. So
I'll be in the office. I'll send you. Yeah, send me the link. I'll be in the office.
Send you the link. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm curious to see how this is gonna go down. It's gonna be a good talk. So yeah, it's gonna be a good talk. All right, bro. So I'll keep you posted, man.
All right, we'll do.
Yes, sir. All right. Oh, that's the big brother right there. What else? Yes, good night, Charlene, and welcome to the channel. She said I'm not shy. Yes, to my new member, graphic designers. We got 2 graphic designers on the team now. All right, got you. I got you, Honey Chocolate. I'll send you the email there. He said the voice. Dre do got the voice. Let me see. Genesis. Let me see if I can. Genesis is back. All right. I think I was able to drop a wrench on you, Genesis. Let me see. Genesis, you guys. Shout out to Genesis 1. That's one of my day ones right there. Powerful. Violence is a tool of the ignorant. Facts. Facts. I used to teach martial arts, you guys, for those who don't know. I love martial arts, and I would teach my students that the greatest form of self-defense is not fighting at all. I would teach my students to use other forms, other methods, how to outsmart, outmanipulate people to avoid fighting. To avoid fighting should always be the last resort. Interesting. Dre doesn't have a channel, you guys. I keep telling he needs to have one. Dre be super busy. He should have a channel. He always comes over here and that's how he spreads his wings over here. But Dre is brother's wise. Something about these New York cats from the concrete jungles of New York. Yeah, Dre doesn't have a channel. He's probably gonna get one day though. Very sharp, very sharp, very sharp. You guys, this was it was another great stream. Jesus Christ, almost 6 hours. Oh my God. So I gotta do my stretching, gotta eat. Someone dropped me a donation the other day, said, hey, treat yourself to some donuts. Listen, I'm not far from Krispy Kreme, you guys. I go over there all the time, and they know me by my first name. I go in there when the sign is hot. So I'm definitely they used to call me the cookie cop because of my addiction to cookies. So after my injury coming out the hospital, I was like, hey, I need cookies. And they brought cookies. They brought a lot of it, you know. They brought a lot of it. You guys, man, thank you so much for the support. Woo, there was a lot talked about. Listen, we had a mining moment, right? The mining circle came up, and we're just mining gems for you guys. Man, I love it. What's your sign? You talking to me? Pisces. I'm a Pisces. Tara was on the same thing. Yeah, I'm a Pisces. Don't be checking on my sun sign and all that. All that stuff for me, Tara. I see you. Yes, God bless. Amber, thank you so much for joining. Welcome to my channel. Please share it with your friends and family. Let's get all involved. I love my channel. It's so diverse. You know, we talk about real issues. We talk about empowerment, you know, how we need to empower ourselves as a nation of people. You know, there's pockets of issues that have to be addressed individually, right? But overall, you guys, we're in this country. Everybody, for the most part, just wants to be happy. We can all agree we want a peaceful community. We want to be able to interact with one another peacefully. You know, we want to get rid of the propaganda and the poison and the toxic propaganda that's causing us so much division. I hate it, man. I hate seeing the division. I hate seeing the hate. You know, I've seen so much of it. You know, I want this place to I know I have utopian dreams, man, but damn, if we're not fighting for peace and happiness, then what are we doing? We can't be okay with the way things are. I'm sorry, Bree. Don't worry. I think I'm gonna do a fast next month, actually. So shout out to you, Bree. I'll be praying for you. Continue strong, sister. Fasting's hard. You know, I think the max 7 days I did was just water, no food. It's tough. Almost ate my damn finger off. Almost ate my finger. So enjoy. Yes, daughter of Yah. That's the homie right there. She's always been supporting. She'll give me a little pushback, but she knows I love it. It makes me better. Good night from San Antonio, Texas. Yes, good night. Good night. Listen, I really love you guys. I really appreciate you guys just from your support. I see y'all going in. Yes, another episode of Jump the Broom. Yes, you never know. You never know. You never know. I'm back. Yes, Kasua. Much love, everyone. Thank you guys so much. Listen, honey chocolate, nah, cowboy cookies. Y'all are silly. Good vibes, man. Good vibes. I think it's always needed when we have really tough conversations. You know, it's always good to end on some laughter. Yes. What does Amber say? Into Conspiracies 2, we are deeper than we realize. Yes, but we have the power to change it. I wholeheartedly agree. And I think sometimes in order to get to the place of peace and happiness, you do have to go through the trash. You got to go through the garbage, right? You have to go through the mud in order to get to the other side. And that's what we do sometimes. You know, all we ask is that we be patient with one another, right? Come in good faith. Be patient. Be patient. You know, come to the conversation with love in your heart, right? And I think that's the biggest deciding factor. Come to the conversation and discussion with love in your heart. Absolutely needed. Shout out to New Orleans. Shout out to New Orleans. Absolutely needed. Because when you're not coming with love in your heart, you're coming with hate, right? And only weapons formed from love can destroy weapons formed from hate, you guys. And listen, with that, you guys, let these truths find you where these lies have left you. And with that, good night and God bless.